we're excited to see you and to begin deliberations for the day. I'd like to specially recognize some of our very highly invited guests here, the representative of the Honorable Minister for Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Momo, FNSC. He is here, ably represented by Chief Wole Iraye. Shall we welcome him? He's the Project Minister, SA on Project Monitoring, I beg your pardon, SA on Project Mentoring. Good morning, sir, and welcome to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, also joining us, the Royal Fathers of the day. He is the Royal Highness, the Emir of Gombe, who is ably represented by Alhaji Mohammed Suraj Burade. He is the Galadima of Gombe, and he also works with Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Shall we put our hands together for him? Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming and joining us. It is excellent to see you. Typically, we have royal fathers who are only royal fathers. We are delighted and excited that you are actively engaged in other sectors to move the country forward. It is good to have you, and we're looking forward to drawing from your wealth of experience. Welcome, sir. We also have with us this morning, also representing the Royal Father of the Day, Alhaji Dalhatu Babayo. He's the Wakiling Birinwi Gombe, also working with Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation. Shall we welcome him with a resounding round of applause? Thank you very much, sir. It is good to have you with us, and also we're looking forward to drawing from your wealth of experience and receiving the blessings of His Royal Highness. Thank you very much. Good morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a few recognitions, and after that we will be beginning the proceedings of the day. We do not intend to delay. We'll start exactly by 10 o'clock and begin with the presentations, after which we will go into further deliberations. Thank you very much. We will take other introductions shortly and then begin. Have a good morning. NSE, ably represented by his SA on Project Monitoring, Honorable Chief Wole Iraye. The Royal Father of the Day, His Royal Highness, the Emir of Gombe, ably represented by Alhaji Mohammed Suraj Barau, the Galadima of Gombe. Also represented by Alhaji Dalhatu Babayo, the Wakiling Birining Gombe. Thank you, sir. The Managing Director, FHA Mortgage Bank Limited, ably represented by the Credit Administrator, Joshua Atagani. Morning, sir. Welcome. The Director of Cooperatives, Federal... Thank you very much. We may please be seated, distinguished ladies and To flag off today's proceedings, it is only natural that we take a few goodwill messages from some of our very distinguished VIPs that are here this morning, and we would like to begin with no other person than His Excellency, that is ably represented. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome for his goodwill message with a resounding round of applause the representative of the Honorable Minister of Regional Development. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, Engineer Abubakar Momo, ably represented by his SA Project Monitoring, Honorable Chief Wole Iroaye. Shall we welcome him with a resounding round of applause as he brings us the blessings of the Honorable Minister to get today officially started.
The representative of the Emma of Gobe, the Managing Director of NAHFIS-Affordable Housing Limited, Dr. Yemi Adelakun, distinguished guests, our amiable paper presenters who are here, members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy to stand before you at this auspicious occasion of the 7th Nigeria Affordable Housing Finance and Innovation Summit and Expo, to stand in for my boss, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Regional Development, Honorable Engineer Abubakar Momo, fellow Nigeria Society of Engineers. It is very unfortunate, so to speak, that he is not here physically with you. He has other engagements that has taken him away from Abuja. Hence, he has asked me to be here today to represent him. I was here yesterday. I spoke to the chief organizer of today's program, I was here on his instruction. In fact, I had to come from somewhere very far from Abuja. So, but I thank God that I was part of what happened here yesterday. I have brought to you all a warm greeting from the Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Honorable Engineer Abubakar Momo, FNSC. He has asked me to greet you all and to say that this occasion is very unique in many respects. Very, very unique in many respects. And one of the reasons for this is that we're at a critical time in the history of this nation when we are facing a serious deficiency in housing. When people go to work, they must come back to have a place to lay their heads. Is that not correct, sir? But what happens when they come back and there's no place for them to sleep or to rest, to prepare for the next day's job? That is why it is important that the governments at all levels must strive to ensure that we have enough houses for our people to live in. The government alone cannot do this. That is why it is important to collaborate with the private sector. And that is precisely what Dr. Yemi Adelakun is doing here today. Sir, we want to thank you on behalf of the Honorable Minister for this engagement. It's a good one. It's a good one. We must all go out, to confer support for what you are doing here. And I want to assure you, sir, it's not flattering. The Honorable Minister is interested in what you are doing here today. You sent the letter to him, he saw the letter, and then he said it to me that I should go there, find out what they are doing there, and come back to report to me. And for those of us who have not heard about regional development, it's a new federal ministry. Before, it was Ministry of Niger Data Development. It started as Ministry of Niger Data Affairs. Later, it was renamed as Ministry of Niger Data Development. And now, it's known as Federal Ministry of Regional Development, with a wider scope, with more responsibilities. Before the name was changed to what it is now, we were overseeing the activities of Niger Data Development Commission. But now, we are going to oversee the activities of all the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria: Northwest, Northeast, North Central, Southeast, Southwest, and South-South. So you can see, it's wider in scope, more responsibilities. And the essence of having this new ministry is for us to have, so to speak anyway, even development of our various geopolitical zones. That is the purpose for which Mr. President has created this new ministry, so that each of these geopolitical zones can develop at its own pace, using the resources available to them. And if we must do that correctly, what we are doing here today must be part of what this new ministry is going to do. So that is why it is important for the organizers of this summit to collaborate effectively with the Honorable Minister. So I am here. I will lead you to him because he's interested. I will lead him to him. He's interested in it. We cannot talk about development of the geopolitical zones without talking about providing houses for workers, for people, at affordable prices. It is very important. Therefore, I want to say, sir, that the Honorable Minister is happy to be here today, to be part of what you are doing. It's a good one, honestly speaking. And I'm going to tell him what I've seen here, what I've heard here. Yesterday I was here. A lot of people came here to make presentations. The presentations were very rich, and I'm sure today's presentation too will be very rich. So once again, I want to thank you for these engagements, and I wish all of us happy deliberations. Thank you.
Please let's put our hands together for him once again for that very important presentation. Thank you very much, sir. As he mentioned, we are at near crisis point in housing development in Nigeria, and it is time for us to take action. He also said we cannot talk about regional development without talking about providing affordable housing for people across the regions. You may build roads and very beautiful schools. Where would the people stay to go to the schools and to drive on the roads from? Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate and we look forward to cooperation from your ministry. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on. We cannot officially go into the day, we are Africans, without receiving words and blessings from our royal fathers. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to bring on the podium for his goodwill message, one of the representatives of our royal father of the day, His Royal Highness, the Emir of Gombe, ably represented by Alhaji Mohammed Suraj Barau, the Galadima of Gombe. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause for his goodwill message?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The representative of the Honorable Minister Regional Development, well recognized, and we are really happy to have you in our midst and the organizers of this very important event. You're well recognized, and we appreciate you for this wonderful innovation for the country. And I can equally see that the conference has gone beyond this country. We've seen some foreign financiers that have interest in the housing development in this country. They are also welcome to this very important event. Our esteemed stakeholders in the housing industry, you are also welcome. I'm here to represent the Emir of Gombe, Dr. Abakar Shehu Abakar III, CFR, who is supposed to be here. This summit is quite important to him because he's from the grassroots, and he's the kind of person that is concerned about the people. And he's the first point of call whenever there is problem. And the housing problem is a major challenge we are facing at the grassroots. So it's something that he sleeps with and something that he works up with. So this conference is a big solution to him, and he wanted to be here in person. Unfortunately, a lot of engagement back home, but he gave us a clear directive that we shouldn't miss this very important occasion so that we can show our presence, listen to it, and give him feedback for a possible solution to the teeming problem of housing that we are facing back home. So I'm here in my capacity as the Galadima of Gombe. My name is Alhaji Mohammed Suraj Magaji Barundi, and in the delegation, I have Wakil in Brendan Gombe, Alhaji Dalhatu Bayero with me. So basically, we are here to perform a task, to listen and take back home, and for a later collaboration with these wonderful organizers to see how they can step in to Gombe to help us, to fish us out of the housing problems that we are facing. One of the topics that I earlier I was told about is called the disruptive financing in the housing sector. So, but before you talk about the disruptive financing in the housing sector, you have to really look at the old way of doing things, our traditional way, and which I believe is one of the problems that cause this menace, the deficit. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million people. And from the recent analysis that I had, the country has a deficit in housing of about 28 million. And it requires huge amount of money for us to be able to close this gap. How can we do it? It requires almost 21 trillion naira to be able to close this gap. This is a huge amount. So the traditional way is to just sit back and wait for what government will do. And that's why this deficit keep on building. But in recent days, we have been seeing changes in the industry. Even the country now has changed focus. The government has created ministries and parastatals to tackle this deficit because government alone cannot do it. So that's why I believe the new entrants or individuals and companies that fail, they have to also contribute their own way in closing out this deficit, have to come with innovation. So the word disruptive is quite strong when I saw it, but it means a lot. Disruptive means basically leaving what you're doing, old ways of doing things, and to come up with a new way of doing things. That's a new innovation, not relying on government, looking at various avenues, sources of funding in order to meet up with the housing deficit in the country. It is good now the whole world has changed. It's technologically driven, it's IT driven. And the old ways of doing things in the housing sector is not visible. Very few players, mostly restricted to serve the wealthy individuals, and we cannot go that way. This major deficit that we are talking about is basically the teeming poor people in this country, and they are citizens of this country, and they need to be taken care of, either by individuals, by companies, and the country at large. Therefore, this innovation is quite good. We can leverage on the technology for visibility. You are at home now. People are seeing us, seeing what we are doing. Some decades back, it's not possible. And the financiers are here with us. Through technology, people can see what they are bringing on board. And there are so many platforms created by technology where it brings that link between the developer, the financiers, and the uptaker. So unless if we are lazy, if we can collaborate with government together, we can be able to close this deficit. And I believe that's the mindset of these organizers, and that's why we're here. Therefore, the traditional institutions has big roles to play. And we are really excited by inviting us here so that we can collaborate. We have a control of the grassroots. We know what is pinching us right there. So we can be able to collaborate, and we have platforms, local platforms, that we can leverage on to be able to work together, come up with a different housing scheme that can be able to take care of our people. So we are really happy, not to bore you with a long speech. We would like to really commend you for this wonderful initiative, and I assure you, this is a word from my emir, and I assure you that he'll always be there. He is ready to partner with you to make sure that we progress in this bid. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause once again for the royal greetings that we have just received. He spoke very extensively, and one of the things he said that is very key is that the housing deficit we talk about is the poor that suffer this housing deficit. Interestingly, the traditional institutions are closer to the people at this grass level root, and so they are speaking on their behalf, and also lending their support to ensure that we leverage technology, disruptive technology, and disruptive is, as he mentioned, is not a bad thing at all. Disruptive in this case is breaking from the norm, moving into new technology to do things in more efficient, more productive ways to ensure that we garner support far and near to be able to achieve this issue of having sufficient housing for our people. We can tell generally that once the issue of your house is settled, there's a whole lot more an individual is willing to do and is able to do. You can leverage on it for loans, for businesses. There's so much that housing can give us if we can just focus on dealing with this issue. Once again, we'd like to thank you. Thank you very much for coming and giving us your support. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving into the next segment where we're making some presentations, and because of time, we're going to be dispensing with some of the protocols so that we can move very quickly into it. But before that, there was a breach in protocol. I'd like to recognize who we didn't recognize earlier on. The Kachala of Ningi, Alhaji Babangida Mohammed, representing His Royal Highness the Emir of Ningi, Bauchi State. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause? I find interesting the way the Royal Highnesses have behaved these days. They came, I think it's something of this generation, they come very early. He was here probably 9 o'clock, checking out the hall, asking what was happening with the sound, where are the speakers, where's the people. Thank you very much, sir, for setting such example. We appreciate you sincerely and we shape you dearly. All right, we'll be going immediately now to the presentations. Yeah, I know we all have our programs, but because of time, we're going to be bringing in some of the presentations forward word, and we're going to be mixing them up a bit. So I'm going to call the names of the people, and they're going to come to the podium, and after they're all seated, they will take their turns, they will make their presentation. After they make their presentations, and then we will have time for question and answers, and then we will take the question and answers and round up that session, have our pictures, and then we will proceed. So in no particular order, I'm just going to be calling to the podium the following people to be able to take their seats and make the presentation. Shall we please welcome the head, Help to Fund, Hajja Munsurat Mohammed. Shall we welcome her with a round of applause as she takes her place? Thank you very much. She has extensive background and knowledge in finance, and especially enabling young and poor people access to mortgage finance. Thank you very much for bringing your wealth of experience to us this morning. I would also like to welcome on stage the representative of the Managing Director of FHA Mortgage Bank Limited. He is ably represented by the Head of Credit Administration, by Mr. Joshua Atagani. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause as he takes his... Hayatuddin Atiku Awal has been at almost every one of our meetings, of our summits, and we sincerely appreciate the support and the excellence that he brings. I'd also like to welcome to the podium a representative of the Director of Cooperatives, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. He's ably represented by Patricia Dara. Shall we welcome her with a round of applause? She was also with us last year. Thank you, ma'am, for coming again and to bring your wealth of practical knowledge to what we have here today. Thank you very much. We also have online Dapo Fakeye. He will be talking to us about optimizing rent to own in Nigeria. Can you confirm that he's online now? Yes, he's online. Shall we please put our hands together for him? Thank you very much, sir. And please connect him up as we begin this morning's presentation with his presentation.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity, and good morning to all the delegates.
Is that Dapo?
Okay. I'm limited for time, so I'm going to fairly rush through the PowerPoint.
Let him continue. Go ahead,
innovation and producing lasting social change. We redefine social innovation to mean a novel solution to a social problem that is more effective, efficient, sustainable, or just than an existing solution, and for which the value created accrues primarily to society as a whole rather than private individuals. So that's really speaking about what Maladi does. We empower people to help themselves. We know that housing is massive. We also understand that there's a huge issue with unemployment. And yesterday people spoke about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So the fundamental needs is food and shelter. There was also mention about apartments selling in Lagos for $4 million. And those people are right at the top of the pyramid. We are talking today about the people in the bottom third of the pyramid that requires our assistance. If we look at Africa in a whole, then we are currently facing a backlog of 51 million housing units. If I look at the need for Nigeria, there's mention that it is 20 million, there's mention that it is 23 million, and there's mention that it is up to 28 million. So it is just a vast number. If I look at the unemployment rate in Nigeria, it is most probably worse in South Africa, and we need to do something to get the unemployed crisis sorted out. And most of these people are really not skilled. So we've got to skill the people in order for them to get employed. There's most probably every week there's mention of buildings that collapse in Nigeria. So obviously it's either bad workmanship or it's bad materials. But you know, if you look at the deaths of these buildings, it's actually shameful. If we look at informal settlements are really there purely because of urbanization. So when people feel that they are neglected in their urban areas, they migrate to cities. And if you look at Abuja was supposed to be the relief for Lagos, but if you look at the state of Abuja today, it's very similar to that of Lagos already. I find in the 38 years of developing Maladi that we have too many silos. We are pushed from one silo to the other. So, and this push could take a week, could take 6 months, could take a year, could take 5 years. And if we don't address combining these silos, we will never really address mass affordable housing for the poor and needy. So we need collaboration with government entities whereby we look at how do we set up an entity that can look at how do we supply homes in the fastest time. If I look at traditional housing, then I would ask myself, why would people that use brick and mortar, why would someone who benefits from the problem solve the problem? And I believe because of the principles of a social entrepreneur, I need to solve this problem so that society can benefit from it. So if you want something new, you have to stop doing something old. Sorry, there's a bit of a lag between what I'm saying and the time that it takes to change the slides. So if we're going to look at how do we do it, what do we do to change it, then in reality, there are no problems, only solutions. We have to find solutions. We cannot hide behind problems. So many people do. So if you look at the automotive industry does not go to a hardware shop and buy a windscreen and a seat and a steering wheel. So if you look at the middlemen that are between producers and the homeowner, it is not cost effective. We need to get rid of middlemen for the lower segment of market, because the hardwares in reality don't serve these people anyway. They serve the top 1%. So if we can consolidate as a one-stop housing shop, so that our land availability, our policy regulations, funding, capacity, all of this is combined, we can then say, let's get government employees like the teachers, like the nurses, like the army, like the police, like the municipality, and we can then ascertain what amount of house they can afford because of their pay packet. So only a third of their pay packet can go towards a mortgage. And if we look at what the people earn, then we can offer them a house for their pay packet. That is very, very important. So if you look at the current status quo in construction, it's always for profit. So you have a brick production company that produces bricks that sell them for profit. Then you have subcontractors, or you have a contracting company that lays the bricks in a wall for profit. Then you have the electrician, the plumber, the glazing, the roofing man, and all of this costs a tremendous amount of money because of the slow process of producing this house. So firstly, it's inconsistent. There's no name attached to housing. If you look at Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen, there's a brand name connected to the quality of the product, but not in housing. we can have one very bad one and then one very good one. So the quality is inconsistent, the process is slow, it's expensive, it's wasteful, its quality is questionable, and it emits a tremendous amount of carbon. If we look at the cooperative model on the flip side of the coin, then automatically the cooperative model is we bring people outside the economy back into the economy. So people that are currently producing their own homes in the slums, we are giving them technology to produce their own homes of better quality. And this is what we will also do then in rural areas, is we will allow the cooperative and supply them the needs that they require in order to become a construction entity or a governing entity as a cooperative. If we look at the process of Maladi, we don't buy bricks, we don't produce bricks, we produce a whole house in one day in a mold. So we speed up the process, which means that the house is more affordable. We are faster, we lower the cost, we have no waste, we have superior quality, and we reduce the carbon footprint. So if you look at the production process, by implementing Maladi, the walls of a house is completed by the time the local unemployed, unskilled, by the local unemployed, unskilled community, way before the bricks to build the same structure can be manufactured. So a bottleneck is brick production. So what we do is we erect the formwork in 4 hours, and this was really my presentation yesterday. We put the window, door frames, reinforcing everything in position in between the formwork, and we cast the house with local sand, cement, and local labor. So then the following day we remove the formwork and reuse the formwork. So now we reduce the cost because we produce a house one day. We use aerated mortar, which gives us thermal properties, and it also waterproofs the wall, and that takes 2 hours. The following morning we remove the formwork and re-erect it on the next foundation. And then when we remove the formwork, we have the shell of the house ready for the roof. The plumbing is already in position, the electrical pipes are in position, and this is all done by local communities, local unskilled people.
Thank you.
So with one mold, we
Excuse
can
me,
produce
2
one
minutes
house in
more,
1 day.
please. 2 minutes more.
If we want to address
Thank you.
20 million or 28 million, we cannot produce a house in a day. We've got to use 1,000 molds or 10,000 molds to produce 10,000 houses in 1 day. So through this process, we become very much like the automotive industry. So this was Maladi's first show house in 1987. I had still black hair at that point, a little bit older. This is a project that we've done for Uganda, for rental stock, for student accommodation. So Maladi is a very, a product that can be used in many sectors of the market. In Cape Town, we've done double-story classrooms. Please also remember, if you build 10,000 houses, you're going to need additional amenities to service this and sustain this human settlements. We have what we call a pod. This could be either rental stock or because people sleep under bridges because they just have no homes. So this unit has a toilet, a shower, a kitchen sink, and a plug for a kettle and a microwave. Obviously a bed and a TV. So cooperatives are people-centered enterprises owned, controlled, and run by their members. Cooperatives bring people together in a democratic and equal way, whether the members are the customers, employees, users, or residents. So this is a description of cooperatives. Cooperatives allow people to take control of their own economic future, and because they are not owned by shareholders, the economic and social benefits of their activity stay in the community where they are established. Profits generated are either reinvested in the enterprise or returned to the members. How wonderful. So with the Maladi Cooperative, we will teach the people how to build their own homes. We will teach them how to look after chickens, We have support from champions that can do that. We look at creating skills. We look at how can we assist government with education. We can then get the community to produce their own windows and door frames, so we can start a manufacturing operation. We can have energy production and help Nigeria with sustainable electricity from many of the cooperatives throughout Nigeria. And of course, very important, it generates taxes for government. And that is what I think is very important for government to support a cooperative model. So the cooperative will apply for the housing development through the silo, and that go-ahead or funds or whatever will be transferred through there. We've got to look at sustainable smart villages. So produce houses, got to make them holistic, sustainable human settlements, not just houses. Muladi addresses 15 of the 17 SDGs. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man how to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. This is really what we want to do with a cooperative model and with Muladi. I'm going to leave this one out. That is a training process. So we shorten the supply chain. So if you look at conventional contractors, they go through hardwares. And when they go through a hardware, they pay a middleman who makes a profit and does not really care whether you reduce the cost of houses or not. With Muladi, we have our own supply chain from manufacturers. So the manufacturer sources, we source the material from manufacturers and we distribute it directly to the cooperative. We're busy speaking with Mr. Dangote to look at how we can incorporate, and with BUA, how we can incorporate the supply of cement, and explain the reason a little bit later. So if you take just 20 million
Can we please round
homes,
up now, please? Thank you.
You would need...
Can we round up now, please? Thank you.
Okay, you will need 100 million window frames and 100 million door frames. That is a total of 4.5 billion rand factory that we can start producing door frames, or 8.3 to start manufacturing window frames. And the beauty about this is we give the community access to market. I'm going to skip that. We cast a roof tile on site. We purchase that from the community. We have a toilet system where we can produce toilets in the rural areas or in the informal settlements. We have a waterless toilet, so there's no sewerage needed. If you look at, this is very important, and I hope that you can give me a minute or two. 800 million ton of CO2 released each year, more than all the airlines in the world, by burning bricks. So bricks are not green. Bricks are not capable to withstand floods, which you know with your flood. Informal settlements are damaged, prefabricated structures blow away in Cape Town. And this is the strength of a Muladi wall. So it is far stronger than the brick wall at the back that simply didn't work. Our thermal properties and our carbon emissions, I'll skip through that, because this is very important. The built environment, including residential buildings, account for substantial 21% of global greenhouse gases. According to the UNEP, residential buildings alone contribute 17% of these emissions through energy-intensive practices, land use,
Thank you very much,
and carbon.
sir. Thank you very much.
Constructions.
Thank you very much. Can we please round up now? We're out of time. Thank you, sir. So if we could just get your last few words. Apologies, please.
Thank you very much. So we have access to carbon credits. So if you look at your cement factories, they can buy credits from the cooperative because the Muladi homes are green. I'm going to skip that one. I'm going to skip that one. So we cannot change the housing delivery by changing a tire on a donkey car. We have to create a whole new model, a holistic model that will address all the issues. So you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. And really, I hope that the people present will understand that there is a solution, and the solution means it needs to be implemented. to bring people outside the economy back into the economy. So thank you very much. We fight poverty, unemployment and crime through housing with Muladi. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause. We firmly agree with the presentations, specifically with certain principles. He talks about building sustainable housing settlements, not just houses. We can build houses, but the settlements themselves are dysfunctional. But when we build sustainable housing settlements, everything is accounted for, and so that housing settlement can be self-sustaining on its own. He talked about empowering. He said we give them technology to build their own homes. In many of our local communities, we all know the story. They gather together to build the houses themselves. With the right technology, they will build better, more durable buildings, and we will be better off for it. Thank you once again. We'll be moving on to the next presentation. I'm going to announce again that every presenter has just 10 minutes to make their presentation. As soon as the presentation starts, I will step away from the podium. I will not return to the podium until it's 2 minutes to the end of the presentation, so that I don't have to verbally speak into the microphone. It's a bit disruptive to do that. So once you see me back on the podium, for those who are online, it means you have 2 minutes to round up the presentation so that we can take all the presentations we have before the day is done. Thank you and apologies for the inconveniences. So we're going to be coming back to the house here to take one of our presentations this morning, and then we'll go back online, and then we'll come back again until we are done with that. That's the process we are going to be using. So each presentation will be for 10 minutes, and then they will come back, take their seats, after which all the presentations are done. Note your questions. We can ask the questions, and then they will answer the questions, and then we'll move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium to make her wonderful presentation, Help to Own Fund, Hajia Munsurat Mohammed. Shall we welcome her with a round of applause as she comes to make her presentation.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished royal fathers and distinguished members here present. My name is Monsurat Mohammed. Apologies, I'm not showing you the screen presentation. So I'm just going to talk through on my presentation very briefly. I have 10 minutes. The last presenter talked about cooperative housing, enabling cooperative housing. So in family-owned funds, what we do is to enable home ownership and increase home ownership in Nigeria, especially the low and middle income households. So far, we've been in existence for the past 6 years, and we have partnered a lot of state governments across the country in delivering affordable housing. And currently, we are in the demand side of the housing fund, where I particularly head the Help to Own Mortgage Fund. So it's an opportunity for Nigerians to own homes, especially the first-time homeowners who typically do not have access to housing finance in Nigeria. So the model works on a partnership framework with mortgage lenders in the country. We have partnered mortgage lenders across the country, the commercial banks and the primary mortgage banks, where we co-finance mortgages for low and middle income households. And over time, we started last year. We're just 1 year this month, and we have advanced mortgages to over 200 home owners or HEN beneficiaries across 5 states in Nigeria. And I'm happy we have talked about cooperative, because cooperative seems to be a very good platform for enhancing home ownership for Nigerians, both the formal and the informal sector. We understand that there are formal cooperatives and there are informal cooperatives existing that are well operated in Nigeria. So the opportunity is not just for the formal cooperative or government workers. The opportunity exists for the informal sectors who are economically active in Nigeria to own homes. And civil servants, yes, the public servants, yes, the private sector, yes, and the informal entrepreneurs that constitute the largest part of the economy are also encouraged to leverage on this platform and this opportunity. Some of our mortgage partners include Stanbic IBTC, we have Wema Bank, we have City Code Mortgage Bank, we have Home-Based Mortgage Bank, we have AG Mortgage Bank, we have FHA Mortgage Bank, we have Imperial Mortgage Bank, we have Living Trust Mortgage Bank, and some few other banks that are well known in the industry that are partnering, delivering this mortgage for Nigerians. It's easy to access, accessibility is easy, and the turnaround time in processing, I can guarantee you here, has improved significantly. We have proof of concept, we have success stories where people have assessed these mortgages within 2 months. So I'm here to tell you this morning that opportunity exists for you to own a home rather than renting an accommodation, especially our major cities, Abuja, Lagos, and Port Harcourt. You have opportunity, you're a Nigerian, it's an opportunity for you. You reach out to us in family-owned funds. We're happy to partner with you to ensure that you own a home, it's your right. It's one of the fundamental human rights, as the last speaker had said, and that is part of the impact that we are out to ensure that Nigerians get this home ownership in an innovative funding manner that we are operating currently today. So I'm going to round up my presentation on saying this, that you had it today. You might not be in need of owning a home, but do you have a neighbor, do you have a friend that do not own a home today? They have the opportunity through family-owned funds, through our Help to Own Mortgage Fund, in partnership with our partner mortgage lenders across the country. It is real, it is happening, we have success stories, people have benefited, people are benefiting, and we're also using the opportunity to partner with the Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board to ensure we have an innovative mortgage that is very affordable for Nigerians, especially the civil servants. So the opportunities are enormous, they are available, and they are out there. So I implore all of us here present today to take advantages of that opportunity, and especially the female. We're targeting more female home end beneficiaries to own homes under this product. We want more women to come out and own houses. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam. One thing that really stuck out, the ability to access your mortgage in just 2 months. That is phenomenal. Madam, can we hold you on that promise? Okay, absolutely. I'm sure there are many cooperative members here, and let me just recognize some of them, and they will be holding you to that. And we have the president of the Ministry of Trade, LAHFIS, several cooperatives, they are here. We have Ilya Maman, Ilya Maman, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you with us. We also have the FMC Kefi Cooperative, Alexander D. He's the president. Alexander, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you with us. We have Adenike A, the account officer, TED Fund Cooperative. TED Fund Cooperative, it's a pleasure to have you with us. We have Peter Manasseh, staff of Cooperative, TED Fund Cooperative as well. And then we have the General Secretary, CAC Cooperative, Mrs. Eze. Mrs. Eze? All right, thank you very much. So all these cooperatives are ably represented here, and I'm sure they would love to talk with you to see how they can access this mortgage in such a record time. I would like to take a few recognitions before we go to the next presentation. I'd like to recognize the presence of the MD, Lagos State Development and Property Corporation, Honorable Ayodeji Joseph. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause? Thank you, sir. He was here yesterday to give us his presentation, and we look forward to more from you today. I also would like to recognize a retired director of Finance and Account from the Federal Civil Service, Mr. Y. Babatunde Dauda. Shall we welcome him also, Mr. Dauda? It's good to have you. Pleasure. Thank you very much, sir. Also, another retired director of finance account. I'm going to be very rich today. You know, finance and accounts, finance and accounts. Mr. Esedebe, shall we also welcome him with a round of applause? Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure. He was here probably at about 9 o'clock. In fact, when I walked into the hall, I met him. I would have imagined how your staff for the civil service would have, I said, this Oga comes too early. You should come late a little. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you. I also have another retired director from the civil service, Alhaji Olayiwola Bisiriya. Is he here? Okay, maybe outside the hall at the moment. Then we have from the private sector. Thank you. We have from the private sector, one of Abuja's finest, topmost bakers for many years, a very innovative bakers. I remember years ago when the cost of flour became so expensive, they quickly shifted into the popular poor man loaves, as they call them, and they made a sensation all across the city. Ladies and gentlemen, the managing director of Bon Bread, Maria Cadillo, she's ably represented by the master baker. Where is the master baker? I will ask you for bread, even if you don't stand up. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for joining the meeting. We also would like to recognize the presence of one of our own, Dr. Adebayo Aziz, MD CEO, Emra Consulting Limited, Abuja. Shall we welcome you with a round of applause? They are in the VIP room collecting the session so that they can come up with our communique shortly after. We also have Mr. Benson Iyomere, the executive partner at Emra Consulting Limited. Please, a round of applause for them as well. They are doing quite a bit of work behind the scenes. Earlier on, we had the MD CEO, Hydraform Nigeria Limited, Abdul Hakim Hotman. In fact, he just walked into the hall. Recognize you. Thank you very much, sir. Then, of course, we have Hakim Oguniron, the MD, Exima Real Estate, one of our keynote speakers from yesterday. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us again today. Then we have Ambassador Tunde Shonubi. I hope I get that correctly. The cursive is Ambassador Tunde. Oh, it's a pleasure to have you. Very distinguished. Thank you very much. So we'll be going now to our next presentation. And this presentation was originally slated for yesterday, and he's been online. So we'll be going to that presentation to take it before we come back to those who are in the house. And our presentation is going to be on optimizing rent to own in Nigeria. This is very important for urban dwellers like us. We're tired of paying rents. We want to pay and own the house we're paying the rent for. So we're looking forward to this presentation, and it's from the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, Dakpo Fakeye. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause? He's online and he'll be making that presentation. Please give us Dakpo Fakeye this time.
Good morning, everybody. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
If I can get a confirmation.
Yes, you are audible. So you have 10 minutes. Sorry, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. When you see me back on the podium, it means that you have 2 minutes more. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, that's duly noted. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you,
So
sir.
my appreciation I can hear you. So it's a pleasure to be here once again, and my appreciation goes to Dr. Adelakun and his wonderful team for the opportunity, as well as to appreciate the eminent personalities there. I'm speaking on optimizing rent to own in Nigeria. And well, simply rent to own is an option, and it's an innovative product to address the challenges of housing access and affordability. So it basically deals with when you have individuals who are very poor credit rating and cannot get access to the traditional mortgages, or when they lack equity or down payments to be able to connect to opportunities for homeownership using the traditional mortgage. So the rent-to-own is an innovative product that has come into play to address these challenges. So basically, as the name suggests, it's basically an agreement between a developer, a supplier, who is a supplier, and a prospective homeowner. So there is a documented transaction to lease a property or to rent a property in exchange for weekly, monthly, annual payments on an agreement or option to purchase at some a prospective homeowner rents a property from the owner of the property over an agreement will purchase the property at a point in future. So the rent basis, but then the rent has several components, and the rent entails the rental part, that is for the use of the property over the period of time, and then a portion of the rental payment to the homeowner is considered as a down payment towards the purchase of the price. So this is unlike a traditional mortgage because the rent-to-own allows the buyers to build in the property before the purchase, and it also is of benefit to the homeowner because he can generate income on the property while awaiting actual purchase of that property in future. So the couple of the rent-to-own arrangements, and there are two basic types. So you have a lease option and option to purchase agreement, which is basically that the renter has an option to buy the property
Sorry about that. The audio was having some problems there. I think they will try and fix that technical issue. In the meantime, we will move to another presentation from the House here so that we can move forward with the meeting. Sorry, let me just get the order. So I think this point in time, we will just move to the presentation from the representative of the Director of Cooperatives for the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Mr. Idris Sani. He is ably represented by Patricia Dara. Shall we welcome her to the podium as she makes her presentation? Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am standing on the existing protocol. My name is Patricia Dara, representing the Federal Director of Cooperatives. I'm here with my colleague, Chika Edumobi. She is the Desk Officer of National Cooperatives in Nigeria. The Federal Director of Cooperatives would have loved to be here, but due to the meetings he's having with the minister, he couldn't make it. And that's why he sent myself and my colleague to represent him here, knowing fully well the importance of being in this gathering. Addressed by Idris A. Sani, the Federal Director of Cooperatives, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, delivered at the 7th Affordable Housing Finance and Innovation Summit and Expo, NAHFIS, held between 26th and 27th November 2024 at Shehu Musa Yaradua Center. I am delighted to be invited to this auspicious occasion, marking the 7th Nigerian Affordable Housing Finance Summit as a guest speaker to speak on Roadmap to Cooperative Housing Federation in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, the housing delivery system in Nigeria is a combination of interrelated processes. As such, housing problems are multivarious and required multidimensional solutions. Nigerian diverse housing problems revolve around overcrowding and slum housing. Many Nigerians cannot afford decent homes. They live in contractions that can only be called shelter and not housing. This may be probably due to the high cost of rent, insufficient income caused by economic realities. Distinguished participants, it is important for us to know that government over time has intervened in housing delivery to Nigerians through the introduction and establishment of relevant institutions such as Federal Mortgage Bank, National Housing Fund, Federal Government Staff Housing Loan Board, and other supportive schemes to provide low-interest loans to Nigeria, particularly public and civil servants, to acquire decent homes. Fellow participants, we are all aware that houses provided by the private sector operators are out of the economic reach of even the median income earners and may not necessarily be of standard. Therefore, an effective and realistic strategy for providing decent homes in decent environments at affordable prices is crucial. The roadmap for the formation, registration, and operation of Cooperative Housing Federation in Nigeria. For the effective and most efficient way for the operation of proposed housing cooperative to provide decent and cost-effective homes to work in Nigeria will involve wider mobilization and sensitization to create awareness on the need for Nigerians who are interested to come together and register a housing cooperative society at community, local government, state, and national levels with the aim of providing decent and affordable homes to themselves and to all Nigerians. The operation of the proposed housing cooperative society will be managed by elected officials in line with the provision of their bylaws and in conformity with the National Cooperative Laws, LFN Cap N98 of 2004 as amended. The 3 tiers of cooperatives, which are primary housing cooperative, secondary housing cooperative, and state AHFIS housing cooperative are to be registered and supervised by the state directors of cooperatives in the 36 states and FCT. At the national level, there will be formation and registration of National Housing Cooperative, AHFIS Federation of Nigeria, to be registered, regulated, and supervised by the Federal Director of Cooperatives. This will be managed by elected officials, and their operations also will be guided in conformity with the provision of their bylaws and National Cooperative Acts, as I earlier mentioned. The society's operation will involve providing intermediary role between government, establishments, NGOs, financial institutions, international partners, and other relevant stakeholders with their state affiliate housing cooperative societies. In addition, the National AHFIS can as well organize trainings for officials and members of state housing cooperatives in the areas of access to finance, financial management, record keeping, property marketing techniques, and assets monitoring and maintenance. Fellow participants, it is important for us to understand that coming together to form a housing cooperative will facilitate easy recognition and linkage with governments, different service providers, including international partners. This will also create and provide easy access to credit, collaboration with relevant organizations, and also will make it easy for members to contribute resources timely and at the same time ensuring speedy acquisition of land from government for housing development. In conclusion, it has been noted that acquisition of decent and affordable housing can be much easier and faster through the cooperative system in view of many advantages that is attached to the successful operation of housing cooperative in Nigeria at both community, local government, state, and national levels. On this note, I want to once again congratulate Dr. Sahid K. Yemi Adelokun, DBA, the founder/CEO of NAHFIS-Affordable Housing, his team, and all those who have contributed to the success of this event, and also call on all participants here present to go back home and facilitate the formation and registration of housing cooperative in our respective local government and state. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for that presentation. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to go to another presentation very quickly, and this time we will be going online. Okay, I'm being informed of who is available online. Sorry, I haven't gotten it. Is, who? Dr. Dapofake is back online. All right, so we'll be going back to Dapofake's presentation, the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. He had some network issues, so the audio wasn't very clear. So we'll go back to that presentation. When we finish it, we will come back. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. My apologies for the break in transmission. I hope I'm being heard.
Yes, you're being heard.
Just to confirm?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So basically, just to recap, the rent-to-own agreement is an agreement between a landlord or a homeowner and a renter with the understanding that the home will be purchased by the renter at some point in time in future. And so the renter pays rent. Now, there are two scenarios in which this could happen. One is that the renter will make a portion of his rent home. So under scenario one that we're seeing here, looking at a hypothetical position of purchasing a 50 million naira property over a 10-year rent-to-own period. In scenario one, the renter is paying 1.5 million naira as his rent, but the actual rent is only 1.25 million, while 250,000 is a component for equity. And so over the 10-year period, the renter will amass 2.5 million to balance the 15 million necessary to purchase the product or the house itself. So 2.5 million will have been accumulated during the period of rent at the rate of 250,000 naira per year, and then the 12.5 million naira bulk loan as a mortgage loan for the 15 million naira project for the million property. Now, under a second, the understanding between them would be to make 1.5 million naira rental payment per annum over a 10-year period to accrue to the 15 million naira required for the property. But each payment annually is actually a jump, is a pay. Any of these scenarios could work under a rent-to-own agreement between a homeowner or the developer and the renter or prospective homeowner. Now, looking at market sizes it's interesting to note that the global rent-to-own market is up to 93.5 billion naira as at last year, or early this year, 93.5 billion. And then Europe takes a huge part of it. Europe accounts for about 30% of the global rent-to-own market size of around 28, with 28.1 billion, while the US stands at around 11.95 billion. And it's expected to grow at the rate of 3.5% per annum till year 2030. So it's instructive to know that the rent-to-own market is actually a sizable market when it's compared to the traditional mortgage market. So why rent-to-own? We know that the reality in Nigeria is that rental obligations in Nigeria can be up to 60% of an average worker's monthly disposable income. Now, this is a problem because it's way higher than the recommended 33% of what you'll accrue as home obligations for a worker, according to the UN. So that's a challenge. Now, within our own environment, the challenge becomes a bit more complex because landlords require renters to pay up to 2 or 3 years upfront payment for new tenants. So that's quite a problem. So for us, the rent-to-own is a hybrid that straddles the divide between home ownership and rent. So the logic behind a rent-to-own structure is that the individual who wants to own a home is presently occupying a house and is paying rent. Why not channel that resource that you are using presently to a solution that you will pay the same rent, but then you are accruing it towards your permanent home ownership as an individual. So that's the bottom line, or that's the rationale or the logic behind a rent-to-own, that you convert your present rental obligations into a down payment or an instrumental payment for home ownership if the developer who wants to accrue cash flow on his present assets while and not waste time looking for somebody who will make an outright payment. And also for the renter who knows I can get into a house today and occupy it and then accrue my home ownership instrumentally over time. I'll just take some liberty to go into some examples of rent-to-own products in the market. For the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, has a rent-to-own product, but it's only limited to its own funded housing properties. The individual can buy a house of up to 50 million. It attracts a 30-year tenure. So depending on the age of the individual, you have over 30 years to make those instrumental payments for you to become the owner. And it only attracts a 7% interest rate on the cost of funds to the owner. Now, these other ones, this from Urban Shelter. Urban Shelter has a 5-year payment plan.
Hello, sorry to interrupt.
The first year, the prospective tenant or the prospective homeowner pays 30% of the value of the house. The second year pays.
So I think we're having network troubles again. So we'll pause or step down that presentation for now until we're sure that we are able to resolve that. I'd like to quickly call on stage to join us and make his own presentation. He was here yesterday for his corporate presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we please welcome to the podium the MD, CEO, Lagos State Property Development Corporation, Honorable excuse me. Thank you very much. Change in plans. So at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the podium, the representative of the Managing Director of Federal FHA Mortgage Bank Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium for his presentation, the Head Credit Administration, Joshua Atagani.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I plead to also stand on the existing protocol, already established protocol, but at least with high regard for our royal fathers in the house. We thank you for blessing this occasion, for being part of what is happening out there in the world. We believe you will take it back to your communities. That's the grassroots, because you are closer to the people. So we thank you for gracing this occasion. And we also thank our convener, Dr. Adelaku, for recognizing that royal fathers have a role to play. And all the stakeholders here, we have one role or the other to play. So we thank you for taking the pain for the past 7 years to make it a duty to organize this occasion every year. And I think that's the right way to do it. I will encourage all stakeholders here to key in and do as Dr. Adelako is doing. I like the name SKY, Sky. And we'll get to the sky there. Yes, that's how to do it. In the housing sector, we have a topic that tells us that disrupting housing finance. And then we have a sub-team, digital transformation. So by the time we disrupt the way we finance housing, and then we bring digital into it, the world is going digital. The world is a global village. Yesterday, one of the presenters talked about the Gen Z people. They are very fast. They are this, they are that. We have to do everything, to catch up with them. It is their time. Most of us here, maybe from the age of 50 and thereabout, we're already declining. We are retiring. Most of us must have got our own houses here and there, either in the city where we live or in the village or wherever, but it's still a going concern. We have others that we'll hand over to, and this problem needs to be solved. And how can we solve this problem? My name is Joshua Atagani. I'm the head of credit administration, as has been introduced. I'm representing my managing director, who is unavoidably absent. He sends his greetings. He's full part and parcel of this program from the inception. I think he has not missed anyone except this. So please, I tender his apology on his behalf. And from here, we move on to what we do. I look at this housing thing as a triangle. Triangle of 3 sides. That triangle has 3 sides, yes? You have the demand on one side, you have the supply on one side, and then you have the financing on one side. So some of us seated here, we are representing the demand side. Some seated here are representing the supply side. And then some here, like myself, I'm representing the financing side. So how can we do this and make it an end-to-end thing? I'm asked to talk about sustainable end-to-end housing finance. So how can we make this housing thing an end-to-end? End-to-end is talking about you know, getting everybody inclusive, just as the topic suggests. And inclusivity is talking about not leaving anybody out. The low income, the middle income, and the high income, they all have rights, they have needs, they have housing needs. But basically, the low income and the middle income are the ones that have these needs more. Because the high income earners, by that right, it's easier for them to have access to housing. So let's scale this thing down to such a way that the models that will work, we've heard about help to own, we're hearing about rent to own, we've talked about different models, we've talked about, you know, locally here, we've talked about internationally. Somebody just did a model, the South African model that was presented some moments ago, and so on and so forth. We have Hydra from here. We have so many technologies available. But these houses are not being rolled out, you know, the way they ought to be. And today we are still having the issue of deficit. The deficit is not reducing, the deficit is increasing. And every year we keep having this summit, we keep having housing, you know, seminars, conferences, name them. So is it that nothing is happening? I would say no, things are happening. And some of the things that are happening come from conferences, summits like this. Yesterday, our sister from Lagos said we should stop talking, we should do. So I'm here to tell you about what FHA Mortgage Bank has done. I won't bore you with rhetorics. There's nothing I will say here that you can't find on the internet, research materials. If you go to the ministries, you go everywhere, you find them. So let's go to what we have done. So if you have my slide here, I would like us to go to slide 18. The success story of FHA Mortgage Bank over the years regarding what we've done on, you know, structuring end-to-end housing finance. If we can go there, you will see what we have done. Do you have my slide there? PowerPoint presentation. Go to slide 18. You're not there yet? Okay, from there we take to partnership. Partnership with developers, partnership with financiers, co-financiers as well, like the Federal Mortgage Bank, Family Homes Funds, commercial banks, and so on and so forth. We key into different programs, and we've been able to roll out a lot of, you know, benefits for Nigerians. As we speak, we partner with the FMBN, Federal Mortgage Bank, in 2 areas, in accessing the National Housing Fund for Nigerians, and then also marketing, selling, and creating mortgages for their funded estates. So over the years, up to October this year, we have done a total of about 25 billion naira. We've accessed up to 25 billion naira for Nigerians. Unfortunately, the media people are not showing. I want you to see our scorecard. See what we've done over the years. We're not telling you stories. We're telling you that some of these housing reforms, some of these housing policies, some of these government, you know, agendas are working. Okay, they are working. And so far, the National Housing Fund, FHA alone, has done up to 25 billion as of October this year. If you go to the marketing and sales of the houses that were funded, or the estates that were funded by the Federal Mortgage Bank, we've done some across the country, and all is targeted at, you know, giving access to housing through mortgage financing by the bank, either our direct financing or the one that we get from the social window, which is the National Housing Fund, across Abuja, Kaduna, Kano,
Sokoto, Katsina, Borno, Taraba, Lagos. We've been to all these places, and Nigerians have been given keys to their houses. Federal Mortgage Bank financed some of these developments, and we package the access to it for Nigerians, and it's still counting. The estimate I have here, about 1,832 housing units that we did with the Federal Mortgage Bank on their funded estates, worth over 15 billion naira. Then partnership with family homes funds too, we've done across the country, in Abuja here, in Kebbi, in Ogun State, in Delta, in Kaduna, in Nasarawa. We've done, or we are still counting, about 1,900 housing units, and then the total is about 9.7 billion. Also, access to the RSA, the window that was created by PENCOM, so that people can have access, because it's been difficult for people to, put a payment down when they are asked to pay down when they come to look for a house. A civil servant will tell you, I don't have money to pay. How will I say my salary is small and this and that? But their pension fund is lying down there. So government has been magnanimous enough to open that window, and people could access up to 25% of their RSA. And so far, we've accessed about 6.3 billion naira for about 1,606 Nigerians as at September 30th this year. So RSA is something that started not quite long, not up to 2 years, but this is the much we have done in FHA Mortgage Bank. With our parent company, the Federal Housing Authority, they are also developers. They are the sole developer of federal government. With them too, they have houses, scattered across the country. We've done a whole lot with them also. They gave us about 698 housing units as part of what we should recapitalize the bank with, and Nigerians have also benefited from this. In Kaduna here, Goningora, if you go there, people are staying there. They have an estate there in Gombe, in even Zuba here. Mr. President, before he left, that's the former president, commissioned a rent-to-own housing estate built by FHA, our parent company, in Zuba. And, it's still counting. So the estates that we provided access for Nigerians to own their homes, they are here also, but unfortunately the media people you will have seen it. It's better seeing. If you visualize it, it's always good to appreciate what one is talking about. It's not story. And I'm here encouraging and recommending that all stakeholders should take join us and do what we have done. If other stakeholders achieve up to what we have achieved, at least we will be reducing the housing deficit, drastically. So, since we are not seeing, I'll just go to my concluding part and just wish that this inclusivity thing should be, politically, advocacy, awareness, in every sphere, in every space. We should tell Nigerians that they can own their own homes. That it is very possible. We've taken it end to end. End to end is including everybody. Using every means, every tool that is available, including the digital tools. We were told yesterday that even developers can monitor their construction site anywhere in the world by just putting certain property development management software in place with the use of digital devices, cameras here and there. So we in FHA Mortgage Bank will recognize all this, and we are ready to partner with all stakeholders to make housing delivery in Nigeria affordable, not only affordable, possible, and to reach everyone. Wherever we go, we are happy handing over keys to Nigerians. Federal Mortgage Bank will attest to this. I'll tell a story, please pardon me. It's a good story. When we started with one of their estates in Gwagwalada, they gave us it has about 200 housing units. In no time, they came to ask us to give some people houses. We said, no, these houses are finished. They said, how? And lo and behold, a storm came one day and started blowing off the roof. When the roof were blown off, people were already staying there. So the cost of maintenance has been eliminated, you know. Yes, those people staying there will be the ones that will bear the cost because the houses have been handed over to them. Otherwise, it will have been a cost transferred to the developer or additional cost to Federal Mortgage Bank. And that made them to see need to do more with us. Because anywhere we go, we always have a way of delivering. And we have been delivering and we will continue to deliver. Thank you. So tell the media people they didn't do me well.
Media, you didn't do him well. Sir, we're going to have shortly, maybe in another 30 minutes or so, we're going to start the cooperative dialogue. And if you're still here, I would insist that the media will get that clip ready so that during the cooperative dialogue, the cooperatives are here and we can talk and we'll ensure that that gets done. So media, please, at least you have about 30 minutes to find and ensure that that clip is used. If someone works so hard to show something, the least we could do is show what they brought. Thank you and apologies for that. All right, we'll be going straight on. I'd like to announce some slight changes. Going forward, we're just having one presentation where what we have left are the online presentations. As soon as we're done with about 3 of them, we will go straight into the cooperative dialogue. And the cooperatives are here so that we can have a conversations. Those who have product services, those who are the cooperatives who are interested in picking up these products and services can have a conversation and we can make a way forward. So we will sort all that out. Hopefully we will close the event today much earlier than scheduled if we go with this particular lineup that we have. But before we get into the next presentation, please help me welcome, just to recognize again, former Executive Secretary, Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board, Dr. Haja Hanatu Adamufika. Shall we welcome her with a resounding round of applause? Thank you, Mama. Mama, we had your award yesterday. So we'll make sure we give it to you today before you leave. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you again with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking the next presentation, and it's going to be on cooperative housing and finance. Julius Odera, CEO, Cusco Housing Cooperative Society Limited, all the way from Kenya. Can we have him online now? Is he not online? 1 minute, okay. Hello, Julius, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, welcome. It's good to have you with us.
Thank you very much.
So the rules is just simple. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. I will step up the podium. When you have 2 minutes more, I will walk back on the podium just as a sign that you have 2 minutes more, and then you can round up in 2 minutes. And we will take all the questions after the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I can proceed. I hope everybody can hear me. Julius Odera is my name. I'm the CEO of Cusco Housing Cooperative in Kenya. And in Kenya, sometimes I call myself a preacher, but my gospel is basically housing. I'm happy that today I'm speaking to the converted, and I also wish to state that I'm standing on the already established protocols. Now, the cooperative solution for sustainable future. I believe my slides are running. I don't know whether my slides are running, but I want to speak to the cooperative solution for sustainable future. When we talk about sustainability, I normally say that you cannot leave the word inclusivity out. Back here, I normally tell people that if it is not inclusive, then it is not sustainable. And when we talk about inclusivity, we are not just talking about the income cadres, but we are also talking about the ages. We must include all the ages. We must include all the genders. The reason why sometimes I feel that talking about housing or affordable housing has taken too long without action on it is because we exclude certain class or certain age. So back in Kenya, we have take a deliberate move to ensure that even as young as 11-year-old child, we start speaking about housing to them, because we believe housing is a basic need for all, irrespective of the age or gender. And we say it is a basic need that starts from birth to death. Even the dead need houses. So if we look at it from that perspective, then I believe we will get it right. Now, what if we could transform the way we think about home ownership? That is still on slide 1. What if we could all think about how do we think about home ownership? I know some of us are from the village, some of us are in urban centers, and I believe, just like I'm also from a village, I tell people that in the village, the houses that we live in do not have certain specs. They do not have ceiling, they do not have tiles, but we don't live in forests or trees. We live in houses. So it means that we can get the house we need, then grow it to what we want in the future. So that is one. Number 2, what significance are we having for this particular summit theme? I know it's all about inclusivity. We are looking at inclusive development, and I've talked to sustainability. But as we look at the inclusive development for the financial institutions that are here, then we must also be very innovative in terms of our products. I will speak to the innovation later on. But we must also talk about economic growth. When we talk about economic growth, we cannot talk about economic growth without talking about the GDP and the income to the people that we serve. And that we can do when somebody has a house, then they must start thinking about other economic activities that would be beneficial to them. We also talked about social stability. When we talk about social stability, we address one, the income, all income levels. Number 2, in Nigeria, we call them Okada riders. In Kenya, we call them boda riders. The boda riders, we have clustered and brought them together to own homes. And sometimes I say that as much as they are owning homes, we cannot talk about owning homes without talking about personal finance management. So we encourage them to save almost on daily basis. Then, if you look at the pictures that I've shared that relate to the housing crisis that we have in Africa, you would see the slums, you would see the house that somebody needs, and you would see the house that somebody would want. In Kenya, 80% of us basically cannot afford mortgages, but we have come up with innovative ways to ensure that everybody can own a home from wherever they are. In Nigeria, I'm seeing a figure of 22 million housing deficit, which can be bridged if everybody was included, especially when we organize the low-income earners, then they save on daily basis in cooperatives, save on daily basis towards actualization of their dreams of owning homes. In the entire Africa, you look at people, over 238 million that do not own homes. So what is the rallying call? That it is urgent that we must start now. In my native language, we say chaka chaka, just start. Start from wherever you, so that you get to where you want to go. when we talk about the housing cooperative, because I know they will speak to us in that forum at some point, but what benefits do we get when we organize ourselves into these housing cooperatives? Number one, affordability, because all of us can check on ourselves. So we ensure that on a daily basis there is a saving towards our dream homes. And from that saving, we are able to actualize the dream, even for those who may not be able to afford it from if they do not have saving. Then we talk about community building. We can start a community with a group that we are talking about, the CADA, from anywhere, especially in urban centers, and they address issues to do with security. We talk about sustainability, and when we talk about sustainability in this case, we are looking at using the locally available materials, not just brick and mortar, but we have the locally available material and also ensuring that the buildings that we are putting up are green. We have, the next slide is on Cusco housing. What we have done in Cusco housing, in under 5 years, we have achieved a membership of 6,000 using the same model that we have just talked about, basically mobilizing the low-income earners, ensuring that each and every one of them owns a home that they never dreamt of, but we start from what they need to what they want. When I talk about starting from what they need to what they want, I talk about incremental housing. In the incremental housing, we lay the foundation for a 3-bedroom house, but a family may need a 1-bedroom house now. So we ensure that we do the 1-bedroom. It may be basic, but decent. Then grow it to what an individual may want in future. When the family grows, especially when you are young, you have a young family, it grows, and you also grow the infrastructure of that particular property. So what solution do we offer? From where we are, we say we offer end-to-end integrated solution to our members. When we talk about end-to-end integrated, we talk about from identification, acquisition, and development. So that we work with our members the entire journey, but we meet them from wherever they are. So we are not saying that you must have, you must be in a particular area or in a particular step to achieve. Then we are talking about destructive financial strategies. We have been very innovative in terms of our products. We have what we call group lending. Just like I indicated earlier, we organize our members in groups through what we call Jumuiya mortgage. Once we organize them, we benefit from what we call economy of scale. And in this, they are able to acquire, let's say, for example, income cycle, every cadre of individuals. So it means you will pay your loan in a pre-agreed structure. So if you are a farmer, then you can fit in. Farmers, you may have crops that you harvest after every 3 months or 6 months. So you only pay your loan when you have harvested. The impact of that, we are talking about disrupting the traditional models that we've had, and also ensuring that everybody can access the facilities. We've embraced technology. I'm sorry, I'm a bit rushing because of the time, but we've embraced technology where members can access services through their member portals. We have education tools where we talk about mortgage clinics, and also automated quite a number of our services. We've engaged a number of stakeholders. For the UN, UN Habitat, the definition is that if you're paying rent, then you are homeless. And I believe quite a number of people that are seated in this convention would be homeless, but you are paying rent. So as long as you're paying rent, be rest assured that you are homeless. But we have so many partners that we can look at. The government is one of the partners, but in Kenya we have MRC. I believe in Nigeria we may be talking about NMRC, that is Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company, that will also come in handy to ensure that either the housing cooperatives or the other financial institutions are capitalized when the liquidity gaps are there to make the loans as affordable as possible. Then, in conclusion, what are we talking about? What actions are we driving us as a people that are sitting in this particular convention? How will you contribute to the transformation that we want? I believe all of us must ask ourselves this question, because these presentations have been done for over the years, but we do presentations, go home, and no action is taken. I wish that we all become part of solutions and advocates of change, and look at ways that we can collaborate with others, either within the country, within Nigeria, and outside Nigeria, to ensure that everybody in Africa is housed. Because that is our goal. That is when we add value to the communities that we come from, and that is when these discussions that we are having may make sense to the people that are not represented here. Because I believe that majority of those who are here are the elites, but we are speaking about the low-income earners that are not represented here. So how do we impact these people? All of us at individual level must look at what is it that I can do as an individual to ensure that I bring change that I want at the village level, at the semi-urban levels, in the slum areas. Can't we organize ourselves? Can't we organize these people into groups, cluster them, ensure that each and every one of them is housed? Thank you very much. I believe I've used my time very well.
Thank you very much.
Back
A round
to
of
you.
applause. Thank you very much. Yes, so we will be taking question and answers right now. We'll be taking our question and answers immediately. So if you've had any questions from the presentations, this is the time. So I'll ask the ushers to get the microphones ready so that we can take the question and answers. Immediately after the question and answer session, we'll be going into the cooperative housing development dialogue. Immediately after the question and answer session, we'll be going into that dialogue so that we can wrap up the session, and then we can go into the awards and close for the day. Thank you. So do we have the microphones ready? All right, so if you've had any question at all for online person or someone in the hall, a presenter in the hall, just raise your hands and the ushers will get the microphone across to you, and we can, okay, there's a gentleman in front here on the third row, just by the pillar. It's just your name, who you're addressing the question to, and then go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Godwin Onemba. I am in Radio Nigeria. The question is, you know, year in, year out, federal government bring out policies to housing for federal government staff. But the issue there is, you know, Nigeria is a big pool. And in the...
I can't hear.
Okay. So I'm saying that year in, year out, federal government comes with policies of providing houses for federal government staff. So now you look at federal government as a big pool. Federal government staff are in a big pool, so to say. But if you come to federal ministries, agencies, and parastatals, the cooperative members there make sure that their members have houses. So the question,
I think there is a network challenge.
So the question I'm directing
unable to hear
to the Federal Mortgage Bank is, why can't federal government come directly to ministries, agencies, and parastatals and say, please, if you have land, can you make federal government to come and develop it for you? Instead of federal government going to build an estate and say, this is for federal government staff, it's in the pool. For whom? How can they access it? It's very difficult. So why can't they come and tell the ministries, agencies, and parastatals and say that, please, call your members. If they have land, federal government is coming with the true federal mortgage bank to go and develop the land for you. I think it's easier like this. So why is it not that we're not following that way?
so we'll take the next question.
I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the organizer of this particular summit. It is my pleasure to take this advantage because of the cooperative platform. I want to thank the presenter, the representative of the director of cooperative. She mentioned something that I have to capture my attention. I am representing the NAS COFON, Nasarawa State Cooperative Housing Cooperative Federation. Now, she talks about a roadmap to cooperative housing federation in Nigeria, which is a topic she spoke. And she talks about the mobilization, sensitization to register housing cooperative. And there are platforms that we have to register cooperative at the primary level, cooperative at the secondary level, and cooperative at the AHFIS level, which is the tertiary. We have to, there are cooperatives with us here, and the platform for us, how can we effectively, using this platform in order to reach and to create the gospel of this particular event, which is a housing cooperative, and how can we reach them? Because if not because of this platform, nothing will be aware, because creating the housing cooperative in Nigeria is new, because housing cooperative is a new cooperative. Though we have multi-purpose cooperative society, we have thrift and loan cooperative society, we have farmers cooperative society, okay. We have credit and marketing cooperative society, all right. So we have other cooperative society.
I believe we have the question now.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and I want to ask, how can we use that mobilization, sensitization effectively? If we use which agency or departments or that are responsible or to reach this cooperative at the grassroots, right. Okay. And how can we reach them?
If I might interject, because we are going to have the cooperative dialogue shortly after this, and that is going to be based a lot on the cooperatives. I suggest that we keep this question for that session where we can answer it fully to its best, and you can have other presenters. So I would ask that if other cooperatives have questions, we should just wait for this. Immediately after this question and answer session, we'll go into the cooperative session, and then we will be able to answer those questions fully and get a lot of feedback on it. We even have some people who are joining us online just for the cooperative session. So please, I crave your indulgence to let us do that. Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Okay, we'll take one before we'll take one or two more questions before our representative, our royal fathers of the day, will make a few comments on the matter, and then we will now shut down the question and answer session and go into the cooperative session. Thank you.
All right, my name is Shafari Tega, and it's quite amazing that this summit is going on. I only want to appreciate the management and everybody who made this possible. It's really amazing. So listening to our amazing speakers, facilitators, and presenters doing so well, justice to this conversation, I really want us to look at this housing deficit as really a major issue. Year in, year out, we keep talking about housing deficit in Nigeria. And we know that government alone cannot do this job, all right? Private individuals who are doing this, their own bits to reduce this housing deficits. We all already know that more than 85% of Nigerians live in rented apartments, all right? So before we talk about housing ownership, are we looking at how to bridge the gap that exists between those who can't afford these rental issues as compared to this ownership? Because as the year is going on, we're seeing that the purchasing power for property ownership is reducing. And a lot of people are looking for opportunity to live in prime areas, cities, and all that. So people move from the village to to the cities to work, now eventually move from the cities back to the village to stay so that they can work in the city. So all of these things are part of the conversation we should be having as well, because property owners who are developing properties these days that are tenantable, they are losing interest in developing tenantable property because tenants are failing to pay their rent on due date. So for the housing financing sector, are they looking for a way to collaborate with private sectors to see how they can ease these rental issues, or maybe if there's a regulation body that helps to regulate this high cost of rentals that are happening between cities and all that?
All right, thank you very much. We'll take one more question, and so that we can handle all the questions and we'll be done.
Okay, all right. I'm Bainen Galadima Usman. Since yesterday that I've been part of these lectures and summits, we heard about so many topics and many innovative ideas and digital transformative system that can give rooms who help reduce housing deficit in Nigeria. But one interesting thing that I'm yet to get more insight about is the smart city, the issue of smart city. Since we are talking about digital transformation, we have been talking about AI and other digital stuff. We haven't talked about smart city. And secondly, the issue of artisans, the plumbers, the masons, and other laborers. Yeah. So diverting into the other disruptive idea of innovating the housing system. If we are to bring in this idea, it's like Nigeria has so many issues of unemployment. So many of the artisans, they need to go back and look for another work, or they should change job.
Thank you. Yeah. I think the question was asked yesterday. It was answered also. There was a mention that some of the disruptive technology also equip some of the people, some of the artisans to learn better and improve their skills. But I do think we need to press into the question you've asked a little more, because some people still have genuine concerns like you've raised. So we'll take answers for the questions that have been asked so far. When we've done that, then we'll come back to our royal fathers to make their own inputs before we will go into the cooperative dialogue. So any responses, please?
Okay. Let me, the question on construction was actually directed at Federal Mortgage Bank. But Dr. Fake is not here. I will answer that. There's a shift from mortgage banks on the construction loan you're talking about. Before now, mortgage banks, that is the primary mortgage banks, were accessing construction facilities for Nigerians from the Federal Mortgage Bank. But in their wisdom, they felt it's better to handle it directly. So Federal Mortgage Bank has a window that they finance construction. So you may tell your friends, your colleagues, and all stakeholders that are here, Federal Mortgage Bank gives construction finance. You deal directly with the local, with your state office of the Federal Mortgage Bank. For example, in Abuja, the state office is at Area 2. So if you go to Area 2 office of Federal Mortgage Bank, you get all the details that you need to know about accessing construction finance for you to build your own house directly. It's possible. It's done. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that question. I do believe Dr. Fakeye is online. Can we get his response to that question? If you have him, that's fine. If you don't, okay, he's not. So we'll move on. So we can take responses to other questions, or if anyone online wants to also make a response to the questions. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to respond to the last question about smart homes. So when you talk about affordable housing, when we go into the issue of smart homes, smart housing, it makes life easy, of course, but the cost of delivery of those houses makes the houses not affordable to the target market, which is the low and middle income households. So when we're talking about housing deficit, we want to create homes for shelter seekers. So when you're focusing on shelter seekers, there are different types of needs. There are home seekers, there are shelter seekers. Shelter seekers are those that really need a roof over their head and don't want to continue incurring rental expenses. Those category or segment of people are not particular about the issue of smart homes, and I think most of the government interventions are not focused around that segment. It's focused around the segment of people that are in need of subsidy of the government. But when you talk about the smart homes, you look at the topmost part of the pyramid, where the houses are kind of more about the luxury houses, and the cost of those houses, of course, that are not affordable. But we're encouraging affordable housing delivery and affordable housing uptake, especially both the supply and the demand. We look at the target segment, which are the low and middle income households. So we always encourage developers to focus on houses on demand. When you're building houses, you build to demand, not build to what you feel as a developer, what you anticipate or what you feel like building. Rather, you build houses specifically matching the demand so that you have an end-to-end integration between both the supply and the demand, especially for low and middle income housing. But for the smart housing, yes, a lot of innovation is coming up there to make it affordable. I know innovation is coming in along that line, but currently now, focus is more about the shelter seeker first. Let people get into the home ownership bracket. When you get there, you keep moving up the ladder, and there's incremental home ownership or improvement. When your household income gets better, you can inculcate all the smart initiatives that you need in your house. But more of government focus is on getting people into the home ownership bracket first. Then the other aspects are now taking up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I'm informed that our royal fathers have other engagements and they would need to leave. So we will just give them that honor. Before that, I think they will want to make one or two comments before they do so. Can we get the microphone to them also? And we have a small presentation for them before they do. Please get the microphone quickly, quickly, quickly.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is really our wish to stay with you up to the end of this program, but unfortunately, we have another assignment to go for. But this session is quite interesting. It kept me and my colleague alive, and it's quite rich, because what we realized that we cannot do it alone. In this world, there has to be synergy. There has to be link, a kind of global link whereby we circulate ideas, and that's what I'm seeing here. From the presentation made and the product displayed here, is quite interesting. And when we approach it with seriousness, just like what we are seeing from the organizers of this conference, I believe it will be a matter of time for us to solve the deficit in the housing sector in Nigeria. And we are quite impressed about it. And we would really love to have the communique at the end of this engagement. We believe the communique will add value to us locally, and at the same time, we'll find a way in which we can key in to see to the progress made in overcoming this deficit in Nigeria. So we really thank you for recognizing us and for inviting us in this occasion, and we appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Immediately, we have a presentation for His Royal Highness, our Royal Father of the Day, the Emir of Gombe, and then we will just, Yes, so before that, we will just take a group photograph, and then we'll make the presentation of that. So please.
And we hope that being an expert in the industry, you create time to come to Gombe also, so that we can put heads together to see how we can solve the problem of housing in Gombe State. Thank you so much.
Okay, that one can wait. It's not emergency information. Thank you very much. We may take our seats, and just the royal fathers will crave your indulgence for a presentation to His Royal Highness, the Emir of Gombe, on this day, in appreciation for his efforts in ensuring that affordable housing is a thing that is made possible in Gombe. Round of applause, please. No, please sit. No, we're continuing the dialogue now. Thank you very much, sir. And they will be taking their leave now. Thank you. We appreciate you sincerely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going immediately into the dialogue session so that the cooperatives, the questions that was asked from one of the cooperative members, we can take that question and other cooperative questions. I would like to ask that some of the cooperative members move forward so that we can see them better and have a richer dialogue. I think there are about 1, 2, 3, 4, at least there should be enough seats in front. Ministry of Trade, Lafia, Mr. Kyle Maman, can you please come forward so that we can have a richer dialogue during the cooperative session? Thank you. We have FMC Cooperative, Alexander, please come forward so that we can begin this session. We have Nasarawa Cooperative, the treasurer, Rimfa N. Rimfa, can you please come forward? Thank you. We have the Ted Fund Cooperative, the general secretary or the staff of okay, the general secretary is the officer, so it's the general secretary that will come forward. The general secretary, Mrs. Eze, please can you come forward and just take a seat so that we can, you can just come forward to that seat over there and take that position. Mrs. Eze, you can just take that seat. Thank you. And so that is all for the cooperatives. I have a few other people I would like to call to the podium for this session. Nnamdi Okeke, United Capital PLC Group. Nnamdi Okeke of United Capital PLC. Please put your hand together for him as he comes to join the panelists on the podium. Also, Vera Augustine, she's the regional head, Heirs Life Assurance. Vera Augustine, please a round of applause for her as she comes us to join this session. And to moderate this very, very important session, as I mentioned before, we have several people online joining us from across the world, both presenters and just participants. And to moderate this session, please welcome on stage from Emerald Consulting, Benson Iyomere. Shall we welcome him with a resounding round of applause as he comes to handle this session? Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I would like to stand on the existing protocols. I was privileged to manage the Nigerian Police Mortgage Bank, and I had the privilege of relating with the Nigerian Police Cooperative for years. And the Nigerian Police Cooperative happens to be one of the largest in Africa. Most of us will attest to that. As we speak, the cooperative owns a microfinance bank. The cooperative also owns a mortgage bank and has investments in commercial banking in Nigeria. While at the mortgage bank, thank you very much. While at the mortgage bank, we were able to create mortgages for the cooperative project that gave 400 housing units to low-cadre police officers across the 6 geopolitical zones. Low-cadre, I mean the highest cost of the units was 4.5. And the bank provided mortgages, which we refinanced through the Federal Mortgage Bank, through the NHF scheme. I just want to emphasize the strength of the cooperative in providing affordable housing for Nigerians. The topic for this year's Housing Summit is very apt. Disruptive housing, finance, and then inclusive development. Majorly, I want to emphasize on the digital transformation for affordable housing. And here we are saying that leveraging on technology is the way forward. And that will be the core of our discourse. So I expect all the participants, if we are going to live here, let's live with one mindset. That for us to bring inclusivity into the system, we need to leverage on technology to reach out to our members to be able to lower cost of operations and affordability. I also requested that the Federal Mortgage Bank should join us online because I am aware that they also have a cooperative loan. And I want Mr. Fakeye to throw more light on how the cooperative can assess that. Maybe give us an update of the conditions and the terms that we need to know to be able to leverage on that. But be that as it may, I just want to set the tune. We cannot underestimate the role of technology in the management of the cooperative. And major things we should know going forward is that when we adopt digital platform for members management, it helps us to bring more people into the cooperative. Also, digital payment system to reach out to members that are not within the same geopolitical location as us, but we can retain their patronage and sustain their loyalty. We can also use technology for crowdfunding platforms for housing projects. There are a lot of crowdfunding technology that we can also use. Of course, there's the blockchain technology we can also adopt for the reason of audit of our processes and our deliverables. Because transparency is very fundamental in building trust in the cooperative. So when we adopt those technology, they will help us to improve the trust deficit that we have. Then access to microloans through partnership with fintech companies, because you cannot do it alone. You need to leverage on fintech companies to be able to achieve that. And that is what we should be doing consciously to be able to harness the potentials of the cooperative. There's need for us to also have a good database. Like the lady that came yesterday, the developer was emphasizing the meeting they had, the tripartite meeting between Access Bank, themselves, and the Lagos State government. And she said something is missing, data. And that stalled the whole process. And there's need to have that data. And for you to capture data that is credible, we need to leverage on technology. Then, of course, we need to also leverage on technology for e-training of our members to educate them, to both increase their literacy level as well as their knowledge of technology. Then, of course, we should also look at ways of having the GIS. We have the AGs, but I don't know AGs in Abuja, whether they have a link with the cooperative such that if the cooperative want to invest in land acquisition, can they easily access land information from the comfort of their offices without going through the bottlenecks that we experience at AGs? Those are things I think we should be looking at. Then also, there is need for us to look at, we'll be talking about green technology, and I won't want to overemphasize that, but we need that really to be able to create some significant impact in the space that we operate. Then lastly, there must be an integration between the cooperative and the National Housing Fund scheme. Most of our members are contributors to that scheme. And I think Mr. Fakeye is listening and we actually address how can cooperative society get their members to access, because I know some of the members probably are out of the age bracket for accessing the NHF. But before they get there, can the Federal Mortgage Bank share information with the cooperative such that the cooperative will be able to educate its members early enough to take advantage of the contributions that they've made over years and be able to access landed properties? At this point, I just want to throw open the floor, and I want each of us to contribute. Maybe starting with those of us. Is anybody seated here for the cooperative? Okay, please come forward, please. Please come forward, please. This is more of a, yes, I heard they are there. You welcome, sirs. NIS, please come forward. So I want each of us to take 5 minutes to do 2 things. One, tell us about your cooperative, what you think others should learn from you. And secondly, how have you used technology to build inclusion and affordability in your processes? Those are the 2 questions all of us we attend to. Thank you very much. Let's start just that way from NIS straight, and then we come to the high table. 5 minutes each, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for that opportunity. I was not expecting to say anything, but I will still scramble something for our own consumption. I represent the Nigeria Immigration Staff Multipurpose Cooperative Society. As small as I am the chairman loan committee, who is also flanked by some of my ESCOs around. To start with, I think I want to dwell on the issue of technology, which it has actually given us a very good leverage. We have employed it for 3 years, and it has actually given us a lot of advantages. Those that are still analog are still finding it difficult because they are not ready actually. But if you are going to move with the trend of the world's technological advancement, you should understand that using technology gives you so much advantage in accessing especially loans and other facilities in cooperatives. So we've been able to employ that, and we are using it very well. Very soon, we'll soon be going for another training to improve on that very facility we are using, so that more of our members will be trained and retrained, and those advantages that we have been able to employ by using those technology will be consumed or will be enjoyed by our members. That is one of the things that has actually given us the opportunity to draw the attention of those that are ready to move with the current trend. Thank you so much, sir.
Good day, all. Let me stand on the existing protocol. Emmanuel Atama is my name. I'm the Executive Secretary and CEO of the National Cooperative Financing Agency of Nigeria, SIFAN. In terms of inclusion, I have chaired the Product Committee for Financial Inclusion at the Central Bank for the past 4 years. And we've been working closely with relevant institutions, including the Federal Mortgage Bank, on the aspect of the cooperative window. I recall that in 2010, when we initiated the Cooperative Housing Summit, that was when Federal Mortgage Bank brought the cooperative window. And we've been working with them. At the moment, we are supposed to meet with the MD of Federal Mortgage Bank, because in terms of technology, we have launched a direct debit platform. And through that direct debit platform, we want to address the informal sector issue. Because those who are in the formal sector, they get their deductions from payroll. But those in the informal sector, no one to deduct for them. So when you ask them to contribute or you ask them to repay their loan, it's pretty difficult. So the direct debit has come to address that issue of doing your savings and also repaying your loans. Then in terms of technology generally, in 2016, through the Honorable Minister Supervising Cooperative, Audu Ogbe, we were able to launch the Unified Cooperative Platform. You can see it on the net, UCP, and it has all the features of a core banking software. You can use it to run your operations, and the members are also using it to interact with their cooperatives in terms of seeing their balances, booking for loan, and doing every other activity, including election of executives into the cooperative, looking at their minutes, the bylaws, and what have you. But what I want to say here, very important, is that if you're talking about disruption, cooperative has come to disrupt the industry. And how it has come to disrupt the industry is that cooperative is the only way we can use to meet the needs of the vast majority. Take, for example, as at yesterday or day before yesterday, central banks still up the lending rate. Now you cannot obtain loan below 34-35%. But the cooperatives are still lending at single digits. So it shows you that cooperative is the epitome of sustainability, despite the economic challenges. But the problem we have now is that when institutions come to work with cooperative, you discover that they don't work with cooperative based on cooperative best practice. They bring in the commercial activities. And when those commercial activities come, it comes to disorganize the whole thing. And that is the reason why today we have our people contributing to the National Housing Fund, but to access fund is a problem. Because you put in money, you want to get money, and there are a lot of conditions, unachievable. So we are glad that last week we were able to launch the Cooperative Development Fund. which is currently being managed by the Sterling Capital. And it was a recommendation of the policy that we should have our own fund, so that even if we are dealing with any other body, our fund will be the one interacting with that body, providing guarantee or providing any sum of interaction. Because having worked with the central bank, I was also oversighting SEC. So issues of collective investment, crowdfunding, I was part and parcel of the process. In fact, I laid the last report before the Deputy Governor of Financial System Stability. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that most of the things we want to do with cooperative will not be done because cooperatives have their own law. And those commercial world have their own law. Is that not? And the cooperative law says that the commercial law does not apply. So if we don't balance this issue, till tomorrow, it is going to be a talk show. So I believe that if we want to address the housing challenges using cooperative instrumentality, first of all, we have to organize the cooperative sector with respect to the builders and the off-takers. And what is the model? The Kenyan guy has just talked about it. We need to have housing cooperatives. Those housing cooperatives are the experts. They are the developers who have come together to form cooperative for the purpose of building for the cooperative. Then the vast majority of other cooperatives are now the off-takers of the product. Let me give you an example. I'm a secretary of a housing cooperative. Today we have 10 terrace duplex at Sani Abacha in Mararaba side there. How did we build it? Our member contributed the land. So we didn't have any issue of buying land. And we went to the member's passbook and put the figure, which we quantify the land, in the member's passbook. My president is a fellow of the Institute of Architects. He did the drawing. Likewise, all other executives, they are professionals in their own right. When they design, when they do their work, we don't pay them. We go to their passbook and put the figure. That is their own contribution. Then we also have the professionals that build those houses within us. I tell you, these are duplexes, but we sold it to our members at a very ridiculous price. That is the only way we can use to solve these housing challenges, using the cooperative model. The cooperative model is not the same with the commercial model. So if we continue to combine the two without addressing it based on global best practice, we're not going to make a headway. Then in terms of housing, it is not everybody that will own a house at a time. If you have started working between the age 1 to 10, at least you should still be having access to affordable houses that you can rent. Then maybe from 10 down to when you are going to retire is when you'll be looking at buying because you might have built capacity or the other. But somebody who have just entered work, you say, you want to sell a house to that person. How can the person buy the house when he has not solved other problems? So if in climes like South Africa, you will see that you have what they call public hostels built by cooperatives. So somebody can go to that place and rent a house at a very affordable rate. That is how we can disrupt what is being rented in the public. Is that not? So what I'm trying to say in essence is that we can, first of all, address the issue of rent for people using cooperative model. And the cooperative model is credit. Somebody can pack into the house and start paying for it, maybe even the rent. Then also, in terms of ownership, we can use rent to own. Because I continue to say it, the mortgage system is elitist. How I pay my rent, only God knows. Is that not? But the rent must be paid. But mortgage is looking at your salary. This is not equal to this. This is not equal to this. And that is why, at the end, we are all contributing to the scheme, but a few beneficiaries. So we must adopt the cooperative.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Tama.
So, it's morning. I think it's afternoon right now. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rimfa Namvan Pontim. I am the president of, and let me just correct a mix-up here, the president of Ultimate Initiative Multipurpose Cooperative Society, Federal Medical Center, KEFI, and also double as the treasurer of NAHFIS, Nasarawa State. Sorry, I'm here with my secretary, Mr. Alex Danley. Now, our own cooperative is automated. We use the advantage of our hospital, that is, we have what we call an electronic medical system. And we we use that advantage to also automate our cooperative, such that if you are within the center, you can log in and check your savings and check your loans and see the advert and see the activities of the cooperative. You can also interact with the leadership if you want. If you have any complaint, you can lay it there, and we also attend to it. And so, thus far, we have been doing well. We have an automated system. It's also that we are trying to, let me say it's an intranet, but we are trying to move internet because we have members who are in schools outside Nasarawa State and outside Kefi. So oftentimes they are not able to see our activities. But then we have been making effort to move it from intranet to internet. Wherever you are in the world, you can, as long as you are a member, you can log in and see the cooperative activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe he wants to add a little to, okay, just 2 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. I want to stand on the already established protocol. My name is Alexander Danley. I'm the Secretary of Ultimate Initiative Multiple Cooperative Society, FMC Kefi. Just like my president have said, the automation actually was engineered by both of us. And just like he said, it's a server-based automation. We are looking forward to put it on the cloud, just like he has said. One thing I want to say is that aside technology, actually cooperative, there are much hunger for affordable housing. But sometimes the constraint is the cost. You understand? Take for instance, like in our own cooperative, we have acquired some certain lands for our members. But because our activities does not only revolve on housing, we do other things. We do car loan, we do motorcycle loan, we do consumables, foodstuff, and thereabouts. So sometimes you find it, a cooperator find it difficult to engage in all these activities. And in making preference, you wouldn't know which one to go first. So the issue of cost is a very big challenge on the part of the cooperative. But for the hunger for affordable housing is there. And again, I want to beg the convener to at least take this message to the grassroots. Because sometimes they said information is power. There are a lot of benefits as cooperative that we are supposed to enjoy. But if you don't have that information, sometimes it becomes a problem to know which way you go. So I want to beg that such, this kind of program should be extended to the grassroots so that cooperative will know their left and their rights. Because why I'm saying this is that sometimes you see that the activities of cooperative will be revolving within them because that is the best they know. You understand? Getting information outside is very important. I thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just introduce before the next speaker, Mr. Abdul Hakim Oyegbile just joined us. He's a consultant to SMEs as well as cooperatives. Let's appreciate him by giving a round of applause. You're welcome, Mr. Oyegbile. Please go ahead, sir. 5 minutes, please.
I want to use this privilege to appreciate the conveners of these programs and the summit. The speakers wants to use the privilege to acknowledge my CFAN secretary at the federal level. I am the CFAN NASCOFA secretary at the state level. Though we have the series of summits at the state level with them, a lot of experience. I am representing NASCOFON, which is National State Cooperative Housing Federation, as the president. Though I been the secretary CFAN, NASCOFA at the state level, we have automated our cooperatives in different ways. We have cooperatives that are affiliated with us as a body. We have, I think, 456 cooperatives under us, in which we have access to them through technology because of the versatile experience we had with the CFAND. Then at the state level, we have registered many cooperatives. The state government use us as a platform to have access to the cooperative at the local level, where we have access to many cooperatives. In the sector of agricultural sector, in the agricultural sector, they use us as a platform to empower the cooperative at the grassroots. So we have captured many cooperatives in our digital system where we have access to them, like the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, presently Ministry of Trade, Industry and Investment. I am representing them, and then we have so many information to reach them. We have savings, we give credit to our cooperative members, and we still have cooperatives who are viable because we believe in viability, not just ordinary cooperatives who have certificate but they are not viable. We have indices and a way of seeing them, reaching them. Now, what my plight is, I am pleading because of this particular program. I want us to, as my brother said, from the FMC Cooperative Society Ultimate, we want to use this platform in order to sensitize, mobilize cooperative at the grassroots. Then to know much about this housing cooperative society, housing cooperative should be extended to primary society, should be extended to secondary society, should be extended to AHFIS. So if this summit is going to be extended to the state level so that everybody should have access to all this information so that we can act, not just in theory, but practically. We have cooperatives that we can reach them using technology to reach them so that we can have access to them. Every programs that we are going to do, we want to use this platform so that we can train and retrain cooperatives. There are cooperatives who don't have knowledge of these things. And it's a privilege for us to be here. So having this knowledge again, that there is something like this, a summit like this, which for the first time, this is my first time, it took the convener to reach me in order to let me know that we are welcome into this platform, that we should come, that he wants to use us as a platform so that we can be able to reach cooperative in Nasarawa State. But he's looking at the cooperative in Nasarawa State is very advantageous that he is going to see cooperative in Nasarawa State and other cooperatives using Nasarawa State as a platform. So I said, I have to be in this program so that I will use every weight of experience right from yesterday. We have gathered experience, knowledge presentation from the different resource persons. So with the knowledge, we can use the communicate, as in the presentations. I am pleading so that the presentation will reach us in our platform so that we can be able to go home and then start doing something now. Not tomorrow, is now. So thank you for the privilege and everything.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So let's start with 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. I stand on the existing protocol. I'm from TEDFON Cooperative, and I represent the chairman, TEDFON Cooperative. I'm the account officer of TEDFON Cooperative as well. I want to say in the aspect of digitalization, the cooperative has been in existence way back as 2003, and the digitalization commenced that's pre-COVID era. We started in 2017, and also post-COVID, so it has not been a challenge so far for us because then the president of the cooperative had this insight to embark on cooperative digitalization. And as well, we have attended ICOPRON lectures where they have actually informed us to go global, to involve technology in our dealings with members. And so far, we have achieved a lot, whereby members across the state, geopolitical zones, they've been able to access the cooperative without stress. And way back, as when it comes to repayment of loans, we do the tracking, and sometimes we got to know those who are not paying and all that, and they've been complying. So it's really a wonderful opportunity here to also, secondly, to make the convener, invite TETFON Cooperative to know about the Housing Finance Summit. The TETFON Cooperative also has involved in housing projects. It was financed by themselves without any external effort. Initially, we engaged, we looked towards engaging Federal Mortgage Bank, but they gave us a target where they said if we can get 50 members and above, that then they will come to assist, that's when we can access mortgage loan. But along the line, it declines because it seems the low-income earner, which is the civil servant who are not earning much income, they couldn't key into this. So we just have few numbers of persons that could key into this block of flats. And we want to say, by the grace of God, that's the first housing project TETFON Cooperative would achieve. I also want to plead with the convener, which is NAHFIS, if they can also collaborate with TETFON Cooperative, at least to create more awareness, have a one-on-one discussion with them so that they can enlighten us on how to go about this. But most importantly, the challenge is finance. So, and I plead, and I know that the Federal Mortgage Bank and other government institutions will collaborate with us so that we can achieve more. So we want to say thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go, I want to just confirm, is Mr. Fakeye online, Federal Mortgage Bank? Is he online so that he can take up some of those issues promptly? I called him about 2 minutes before I came up. Okay, it's network. Is he on? It's online. Okay, Mr. Fakeye, please, how can the Federal Mortgage Bank assist the cooperative in pursuing inclusion and affordability in housing delivery? Mr. Fakeye, please. 5 minutes. If you can hear us, please unmute.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. We
Please,
can
can
hear
you
you.
confirm you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I must apologize for the challenges I had earlier, and I'm so sorry about that. My reserved apologies. Now to the question at hand with cooperatives, I must inform us that for the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, the Cooperative Housing Development Loan has been one of our fastest growing loan products that we've had over the past 5 years. So we are doing a lot, and we're doing every year we're doing much more than we did previously regarding financing housing for cooperative societies. And we have even extended it to the informal sector. That is cooperatives that are made up of workers that don't even have regular income. So this is how well we're doing well with cooperative housing development loan that the FMBN is offering. So just briefly, there are 4 issues that we look at when we are extending a cooperative housing development loan to cooperative societies. The first one is to carry out due diligence on the cooperative society itself. Is it registered? Do we have the records of the cooperative? with the Registrar of Cooperatives. We want to look at the membership of to ascertain the membership of the cooperatives, and finally that the cooperative itself is viable. So we look at the annual accounts of the cooperative to ensure that it is a viable and it's a cooperative society that is in operation. Secondly is the issue of the NHF records of the cooperative. And that speaks to the fact that members of the cooperative must be up to date with their NHF contributions to the National Housing Fund so that we know that they are part and parcel of the NHF scheme. The third one is that of the land, of the subject land itself. So if a cooperative is coming with an application for the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria to fund its construction, we want to ascertain that the title to the land is acceptable to us. So we must have a certificate of occupancy, which we commonly call the COO, or any other acceptable one to us. The land must have approved building plans so that we know that the local development authority has approved the development of the land. It must have a layout plan and such and so on. So that is the third aspect. So I've talked about the fact that the cooperative itself is registered, is viable. Secondly, that the membership of the cooperatives are up to date with their NHF contributions. And the third one is the land itself, that the land is acceptable to us and is approved for development for residential housing. And the last one is, if the cooperative on its own cannot undertake the construction, then it will necessarily have to work with a developer who is a professional to undertake the actual construction of the project. And for that, we also want to verify the credentials of the developer. Is the developer registered with REDAN, which is the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria? And does the developer have the competence and the expertise to undertake the project of that scale? So those are the four broad areas that we look at: the cooperative, the NHF, the land itself, which is very vital, that the title to the land is acceptable to us, the land has a CFO and has building approved plans. And then finally, as I mentioned, the developer to undertake the construction if that is the case. So for us as FMBN, cooperatives will be interested to know that we finance both the construction of the houses and as well as the offtake, that is for your members to buy those houses, that we also fund construction. So we fund both sides of the market, both the construction. So we give you a construction loan to build the number of houses for your members who are interested, and then we roll that loan over into either a mortgage loan or a rent-to-own loan, which I tried to speak about much earlier, to repay back. So when we give the construction loan, we don't expect that the cooperative will pay us back. Rather, we expect that each of the beneficiaries or the buyers of those houses who are your members will now be paying back either as mortgage loans or as rent-to-own loan for us, to repay back using that mechanism. So that is the way it goes, that we fund both the construction and then the uptake of the houses. However, as one of the representatives of the cooperative has said, one of the major challenges we face is that of affordability. So that is that the houses are built and the delivery cost is arrived at, so we could say 10 million naira. The challenge will be that we may not have enough membership to afford the houses at 10 million based on their income. And for us, one of the things and one of the benefits of the cooperative is that at the design stage for the house, when you agree with the developer how the houses will be designed, what materials to use, we expect that that will be a major consideration so that the eventual delivery cost for the houses will be affordable to the members. So that's a critical point that most people skip or they don't pay particular attention to, that necessarily the cost of the houses must be affordable to the members. So that needs to, the cooperatives therefore need to have very robust discussions with their developers so that developer will ensure that the houses are delivered at the cost that is targeted at their members. Unfortunately, the past 1 year or so, couple of years, we've had some disruptions in the market, and we know that the cost of house building materials, cement and iron have escalated significantly. So that throws up a lot more challenge for us, but it's something that we need to take a look at and think about. We don't want a situation in which we finance the construction of the houses, and then we don't have enough people as members of the cooperative to buy those houses simply because they cannot afford them. So there has to be very robust discussions to address that. So in rounding up, I would like to say that for all the cooperatives that are represented here, we have FNBN offices in each of the 36 states and the FCT. If we are ready and willing to come to you and to discuss with you the requirements and the issues that need to be dealt with so that we can have successful projects funded from the National Housing Fund by the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria so that we can deliver houses for your members as well. So please feel free to reach out to the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, either here in Abuja or in your state, so that we can have those robust discussions as well. If our people at the state office, if there are questions that they cannot necessarily address, they will escalate it to the particular department in the head office to give them more robust information to address your needs and concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fakeye. Let's appreciate him. Thank you very much. We've spoken about the benefits of the federal mortgage construction loan and the cooperative loans. Let's also welcome the representative of the Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board to share with us how civil servants can also access housing loans. Let me invite Mrs. Ngozi Obieshina. Is she here? Okay. You said 2 minutes. Yes, 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her.
Good day all, distinguished guests. Sorry, before I share with us what we do in the Federal Loans Board, I want to read out my Executive Secretary goodwill message, please. It's very short. I read to later. It says, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants, I'm honored to extend warm greetings and support to the 7th Nigeria Affordable Housing Finance Summit. As the Executive Secretary of the Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board, I recognize the significance of this gathering in addressing the challenges and opportunities in housing finance. Our mission to provide affordable housing for Nigerian citizens, especially federal public servants, aligns with the summit's objectives. I commend the organizers for bringing together experts and stakeholders to share insights and innovative solutions. May this summit foster collaborative efforts, spark meaningful discussions, and yield practical outcomes that will advance housing finance in Nigeria. I wish you all a productive and successful event. Thank you. So we are built, she was built. Sorry, the name of my Executive Secretary is Ajia Salamatu Ladi Ahmed. She's unavoidably absent, sorry. The topic she was built to discuss today was on optimizing end-user finance. In the board, we have strategies that we have adopted and we are using that is helping us to optimize end users' finance in housing. First of all is the affordable interest rate. You will give out loan to public civil servants. We offer just 3% competitive interest rates on housing loans to reduce the financial burden on our off-takers. The second one is flexible repayment plans. The board provides flexible repayment plans that cater to different income groups and financial capabilities. Repayment of housing loans is between 5 years and 25 years. Thank you. Then the third one, we have what we call loan ceiling amount for different levels of officers in the civil service, between 3 million and 12 million. And then we have a special scheme of 15 million. We have partnership and collaborations We partner with developers and government agencies to create affordable housing options. The last housing estate we commissioned in June, in Gwagwalada Fish Estate. The houses were allocated to 116 civil servants. We collaborated with Fish. Fish is under head of service, Federal Integrated Staff Housing. And we collaborated with Federal Ministries of Works, Ministries of Works and Housing, Power and Water Resources. They provided us with the land, the water, the internal roads, and the internal roads. The houses have been allocated, just as I said. Then we have streamlined processes. Our aim is to simplify housing finance processes to reduce costs and enhance user experience. All of us are in Nigeria, and we know everybody is looking for a situation where you can get it at a cheaper rate. So we are out there. So you are free to come to our office for further direction. Then government support. As part and parcel of government, we always advocate for government policies and programs that support affordable housing finance. We do this every time we have sessions with the National Assembly, and we're still going to have a session with them tomorrow. It was shifted because of today's program. We're going to have it tomorrow, and we're still going to discuss on this too. Then we'll have this customer-centric approach. We prioritize end-user needs and preferences in housing finance, product design, and delivery. The AS, our executive secretary, has approached most of our developers and pleaded that they should build something within the reach of the civil servants. This is why some developers are getting for us 2-bedroom bungalows, semi-detached, at carcass level with roof, windows, and external doors at the rate of between 12 million and 14 million. I'm sure you can't get it anywhere else. The executive secretary has a passion for housing. She's just 5 months, this month makes it 5 months on that seat, but she's working assiduously towards giving more federal civil servant houses before the end of her tenure. And we believe by implementing these strategies, we can and we will optimize end-user finance in housing and make affordable housing more accessible to those who need it most. Please, you can go to our website for public servants. Go to our website, www.fgshlb.gov.ng, to apply for loans. And our office is in head of service, 10th floor. Just come there and apply for your loan. You are sure to get it as long as you're a civil servant and you have years for repayment. Thank you very much for listening. www.FGSHLB, that's Federal Government Staff Housing Loan Board, .gov.ng. Thank you. We're expecting you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Obieshina. We want to continue our discourse centered around those two things: our cooperative, where we are, how have we leveraged on technology to promote inclusivity as well as affordable housing. Yes, sir. Next, sir. I think you're done. Okay. Let's come to the... I saw her. She's left? Okay, good. Take the floor, sir. How can cooperative leverage on technology to improve inclusion and affordability?
Yeah, technology makes things easy. Just like most of the speakers there have said, creating a database that will be useful for housing is very necessary. It also helps with doing a needs assessment, because if you gather information, you get the right demographics, you'll be able to, find a way to structure how housing can be done within the cooperative. You look at the Kenyan situation, they told us of the improvement they have over the period they started doing it. And, they dwelled so much on digitalization. Also, like you rightly pointed out, having access to those that are, taking facilities, paying, those that are not paying, you can easily monitor, you can do a whole lot of things, you can do a lot of projections, your statistics, you won't suffer to get them because IT technology helps us to manage information well. So technology is the in thing. It will help cooperative just as it has helped banks. It has helped mortgage, the Federal Mortgage Bank. It has helped commercial banks. Now is sorry sir, if I get, is this Sifan? You talked about you have a software that you launch and all that. All these are, technology-driven things that make things easy for them. So cooperative societies should be able to, housing cooperatives should also do that, and it will help a lot to enhance housing delivery in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Thank you very much. I represent United Capital Group PLC, a foremost financial institution, a major player in terms of accessing funding. And for 60 years, United Capital has focused on innovative ways to involve every segment, including cooperatives, in accessing funds. More recently, we provide financial service to cooperatives who have now seen the need to play in the capital market, whether to raise funds, and even our private trusts and estate planning aspect of our service have also seen the need to collaborate with the executives to sensitize members of the cooperatives, provided data on how they can even structure target-based trust towards affordable housing. And importantly, we ask a question when we are relating with large groups. It is not enough to just own or to afford the houses eventually. Is to have a seamless ownership that includes succession planning. So what we do is we recommend trust such that the problem we identified yesterday during the keynote speech associated with redoing the perfection process whenever a new owner comes to the register is cured if you approach the purchase from a trust SPV. So what you simply do is you do transfer of shares instead. On the assessing fund side of things, cooperatives are also taking advantage of investing in Eurobonds, investing in different financial packages, and even transacting in such a way that having a trustee present in the transaction gives comfort to both the party making the fund available and even the person providing the housing. So they know that the securitization is with a trustee. At the same time, they know that the trustee is there to protect both parties. How do we eventually get all these things together? The cooperatives are daily improving their embrace of technology, data of members, data of even the funds they structure. There's a cooperative fund that we're structuring recently, and members set a target to be able to access the application in a digital platform through a framework. So these are ways we seek to collaborate with cooperatives, give them access to funding, and also ensure that beyond acquisition of these affordable houses, they don't eventually encounter the subsequent challenge of seamless transfer. Because as much as we're having this conversation, half of property owners eventually don't get to transmit these properties to their beneficiaries, either because they don't know how to access probate, or they did not put the title documents in order such that same would be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your location?
Lagos. I came from Lagos.
Okay, maybe during the cocktail, please let's take advantage of that platform to network and then exchange details and contacts. So I think those of us talking about funding of housing projects, we may want to look at their details.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon all. My name is Vera Augustine. I represent Hayes Group, and our chairman is Tony Elumelu, CFR, and my able MD, Onifade Nii. My name is, I am the regional manager here in Abuja, Hayes Life Assurance. Hayes Life Assurance is 100% digital. And so what we do with cooperative is that we put them through, some that are still analog, we train them, we collaborate with them. And the reason why we collaborate with cooperative is especially in mortgage lending and all sorts of loans. First off, if you are giving any loan to anybody, you should do credit life. And if you are giving any mortgage, you should equally do mortgage plan protection. Mortgage plan protection helps for succession, just like my partner said, is for succession. In case, if anything should happen to you or to the person, the family should be able to move on without bearing the burden of paying the loan that you left behind. Once you have this mortgage plan, less than 10% of the loan you took or the mortgage you took, you pay it once, or if you can't pay it once, you can spread it for months. And then when you are done paying it, which is not much, you find out that if anything should happen to the person, even if it's 5 million, 50 million, 100 million mortgage, we'll pay it off. And the collateral that was used for that mortgage will be taken back to the owner. And so you see that you are living and you are comfortable that you are not afraid of what happens tomorrow to you. Nigerians, Africans, they don't want to hear somebody is going to die, but it's sure. We're all going to leave this place to go and meet our maker. So you have to plan for it. And if you are giving facility, loan for, I heard somebody said about motorcycle, bike, and car loan, you should be able to do 100% coverage on the vehicle. If there is anything that happens to the vehicle, you should be able to recover because the person might not be able to pay for the vehicle again. The cooperative should be able to cover the vehicle, and that is why we are partnering with you. And we are 100% tech. And then we have a platform that is called Simple Life. You can go to online and just type Simple Life. You see that everything is digitalized. As we are doing it with you, you are seeing it. And so I am happy to be in this event, knowing that everything is going to be digitalized. And if you have any issue in digitalization, just call upon us. Our tent is outside there, our booth is outside there, and we're everly available to support you, the cooperatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Go ahead, sir.
It's my singular honor to be here today. My name is Oyegbile Ableki Mbamidele. I represent MMC professionals. We actually focus on cooperative society and MSME. You know, the consulting activity we actually involve in is about trying to find solutions to their investing activities, financing activities, and accounting activities. You see, CFA mentioned about the software they have developed for cooperative society, which is very good. Very many of them actually done and be part of that particular software. Then some of them actually go ahead and get the portals as well. But the key thing there is that immigration company actually pull off. When they were online, by the time they keep subscribing, they realized that they could not actually afford that, so they actually pull out. So in our area, what we actually look at is their accounting system. Majorly, it's one of the major problems we have identified over the years that corporate society in Nigeria today, they have issue with accounting and finance. You only heard of cooperative accounting in the university. Then what we do is that we look at the informal sector who actually have interest in trying to connect together, bring themselves together and create a corporate society. But the major challenge they've been having is the accounting. So we try to design an accounting system that is automated and very affordable. And basically, Nigerians will like Eze. So they were really in love with Eze. So it's complete package for cooperative accounting system, whereby even if you don't even have much money, it's something you can afford is on a set base. Along the line, we realize that very many of them actually subscribe to that. But the transformation aspect of it is very important, automation. CFAN, I think they started with 50,000 or 10,000 subscription fee. And people are actually subscribing to that too. But it's basically for the big Ds. Because the point is that their records are having issues. Then the problem of regulatory is the challenge. You know, it's the kind of informal sector. And to government, is their business. Let them go ahead and just do their business on their own. So with that, the leadership may not really be too keen about how the records and what have you are moving. So they have issue with accounting and finance. So the main thing is that once it's automated, if you're actually trying to key in and you are trying to do otherwise with the automated they have designed, you will be actually caught. And that's just the fact. If it's automated, it will actually save costs. Then issue of sharp practices which will actually be avoided. So as you said earlier, sir, it's important to actually look at the accounting aspect of it. Investing activities, they are doing well. That's in the real estate, and they are doing well. And the other activities, operational activities, they are doing well. But majorly, accounting aspect of it, I think they are a bit poor in that area. So transformation, or maybe trying to automate their system is very key. But how can they afford it? Because of the cost of maintenance, very many of them actually pull off. So I think this area we need to actually look into and trying to maybe forge ahead, possibly if the automation can be a good thing, or maybe they can just look at the little aspect of Eze, which can actually assist them in recording and keeping their record and forge on with the activities of the cooperative society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Coming from a banking background, I know 3 things will kill a bank. 3 things. Number 1 is bad loans. Bad loans will kill a bank. Number 2 is fraud, corruption will kill a bank. Number 3 is bad leadership. We pull down a bank. For a cooperative, they are not far from these challenges as well. And one way to absolve yourself from these challenges is to leverage on technology. And that's why this is very apt. I worked in both commercial and mortgage banking, and I understand the perspective of the representative of AHFIS insurance. Even in cooperative, I'm also privileged to manage 2 cooperatives as we speak. And one thing that I found out is that in the disbursements of loans, you cannot take out insurance when you look at repayment risk. You need insurance to really give you that comfort and that cushion for both you as a cooperative and then your members as well, such that whoever is coming either to take over actually have that comfort, and the person is not driven away by the bad loan situation that he or she meets. And that is why it is good. I know initially NISH started with trying to bring all cooperatives together on a platform like this to discuss our challenges and see how we can form alliances that will move us forward. I think we tried it on 2 occasions. The first 2 summits we had was majorly focused on how to help the cooperative, which we've not given up on. But now at least we are going back there to see how we can take this session out as a summit beyond being just a session, so that we bring all stakeholders together to really pour out our hearts and see how we can benefit from one another. Your weakness becomes my strength becomes your platform to move on. I think that is the whole reason why we are gathered here. Let me give our lady here the opportunity to also share with us what she thinks about how can cooperative leverage on technology to promote inclusion as well as affordability. Please, 2 minutes, ma'am. Yes. Let the representative of a CAC cooperative get ready. You just come up for just 2 minutes to just share thoughts with us. Thank you.
Okay. Like we've been hearing from the fellow participants, technology is a very good thing that cooperatives have to engage themselves in using to operate their operations very well. It helps, it makes things easy, faster, and more accurate for them. Like some of them that engage in using technologies, those who report to us in the Federal Department of Cooperative, this brings about transparency. Everybody is aware of whatever the cooperative has, whatever you have contributed, and this makes everybody to be relaxed because they know where their resources are and when to ask for loan. Since you are seeing everything, you are seeing everybody is in the picture of whatever is available in the purse, when to ask for loan and when not to ask. All these make it very easy for the management of cooperatives to relax and do their work effectively well. So we continue to encourage each and every one of us to use technology. Going digital is the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Let me call on Eze Shigozie. Okay, Mrs. Eze Shigozie, please, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Standing on the already established protocol. I'm representing the Corporate Affairs Commission cooperative. And we have been coming here. I came last year, I was here last year. And our cooperative had been digitalized with short trips. I've been here, I've been approving some loans or whatever their purchases. We cover all the states in Nigeria, wherever our staff is. So we had been trying to follow these housing things. We engaged in getting land, getting houses. We had never been successful. We had been collaborating with the CFAN to help us, maybe because we don't know how to. Because our application had been with the FCDA for 5 years, no attention. I don't know whether we need to see some people before we get to that. I don't know. So our application had been there. Every minister will go and show face and nothing will happen. We want to buy a house. We don't have enough fund. We have been collaborating with them.
With Mr. Tama? Yes.
Our process is the director of cooperatives knows CSC. Mr. Tama can testify to that. It had been difficult for us to get this affordable housing. We collaborate with so many, and at the end, we couldn't get anywhere. This federal mortgage financing, they told us that if we have land, they will give us loan to develop. We presented our land. It's in Nasarawa. They said it's very far. If we want to buy a house within here, we cannot afford it. Even the whole CAC, not the cooperative, the whole CAC cannot afford the land. So we move further to Nasarawa to obtain a land. They say it's in the bush, that they cannot finance it. Arising from the last year, I met with the Federal Mortgage, the Loans Board. I went. I have done everything. My application, I have it here. I have submitted since June. I've not seen anything. I don't know whether I will see somebody before that one will be paid. And I heard Madam say that from 5 years to 25 years, I still have 8 years. And I said, let me use myself to test. Then I will call my cooperative people to join. But my own, I've not seen the light of the day up to today. So, they send a village people. But I didn't come with them here. I'm here alone. So I don't know how we can get to this housing. I know that the Sifan here had promised to help us, but is it when all of us retire that we now go for the housing? Because it's not good to use your retirement benefit to buy a house. It will kill the person easily. So while we are still in the field, we want to have this house and be able to pay before we retire. I don't know if there is any help from anywhere. Please, Federal Mortgage, I'm still with you people. We have land in Nasarawa. You can still build. I have seen Nasarawa, beyond the place we had land, I see some developments. I don't know why they say that our own is in the bush. Do we build house in the town? It's in the bush that you build, then you move to that place. They can drive the development to the land and help us. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Thank you very much for speaking from the heart. I can see her heart bleeds. So I want to suggest during the cocktail, let us talk. Okay, you want to say something, sir? We'll talk during the cocktail, sir, if you permit me, sir. Okay, sir, please go ahead. 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, Madam Chigoze, you just mentioned the issue to me during your good governance training about a month ago, so it's not too late. It's one of the reasons I was going to meet the MD of Federal Mortgage Bank. I have worked with OCD closely when he was head of the cooperative desk. I've also worked with the Honorable Minister when he was the MD. So we've been working together. It's one of the reasons. It's not just them alone. Most of our cooperatives have houses within the boundary of Nasarawa. And I believe that once we meet with them, we should be able to resolve those issues. I don't think it's an issue. It will be resolved.
Thank you very much. I think you've taken care of our headache. Thank you, Mr. Tama. So you see him. He will take the matter further and provide solutions to you. To wrap up, really, just permit me 2 minutes to summarize what we've all shared so that that forms the crux of whatever we are taking home from this session. Number one, we said that leveraging on technology has helped us to make our loan processing, loan approval, and loan disbursement very seamless. Also, it has also enabled us to do direct debit for loan repayment. Also help us to provide a unified cooperative platform that handles both loans and then even election handling, as well as good and affordable interest rate has also come our way through reducing cost using technology. Of course, we also have been able to emphasize the need for a stakeholders summit, which we said to address the cooperative model for providing affordable housing delivery. There is need for a summit. That's one of the things that we've emphasized here. And that technology will also reduce the cost of operations and also information sharing amongst cooperatives. And then they gave the instance of about 400 cooperatives that were incorporated through CFAN to build viability. Then, of course, the Federal Mortgage Bank gave us the options of accessing 2 loans as cooperative, one of which is the housing development loan, and then the second one is the construction finance loan, as well as also shared with us the conditions precedent. The constitution precedent for assessing these loans. Then also, our panelists also emphasize the need for us to build trusteeship even in our housing finance processes to ease succession of our houses, as well as also building insurance in the procurement of housing. Then lastly, we also emphasize on partnership with fintech companies to be able to leverage. And we'll also be given the opportunity to also pay according to our capacity in adopting those technology. I want to use this medium to really thank all of us for your patience and for your listening ear. And we hope that this session has been able to share some information and knowledge that we take back to be able to promote inclusion as well as affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Just go up, please. We'll just go quickly to a photograph session. So if every of the presenters, if you can all stand up, and then we'll take one, then we'll all come down and take a picture. Just quickly, very quickly, please. Let's do that before they come down. Yes, you can stay one here first, and then we can come down. Just take one. Immediately after the photo sessions, we'll have the awards, and then we will break for lunch. After lunch, we will... Okay, because they won't be... All right, so we can come down now and have the expanded group. Okay, will do. Unfortunately, we can't have any of our online people. Still flows, it works into fall, it is to bless. The cooperative members, you can all join this one. After this, we'll take a general group photographs of everyone. So everyone in the audience can come in. Some of us will stand on the podium. But after this, please, this is for the cooperatives. You can't capture everyone at once? Okay, so if we could have from this point, and you all come up, yes, sir. To be able to take a wider shot because everybody can climb. So please, let's take our seats. We'll go through the award ceremony now, and then we will break for lunch. From where? Yes, we're here already. All right, we will be, ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving straight to the award category. And the first set of awards we'll be giving will be for our leadership awards. So the Nigerian Affordable Housing Finance and Innovation Summit and Expo Awards for Leadership. And our first recipients would be, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Photographers, please get ready. Shall we welcome our mother, the former Executive Secretary, Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board, Dr. Hajia Hanatu Adamofika. Shall we welcome her with a round of applause? MFR. So, it's not easy to get to. It is not, you don't go and study for that one. No amount of education can give it to you, so it's not something to miss. The next one goes to His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Omo. He's ably represented by his SA Project Monitoring. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause as we make the presentation of this award of leadership. The next, please get ready, the next Excellence Awards are the next. Quickly, quickly. Bring the next one. Excellence Awards, the first one goes to our very distinguished friend, Mr. Mark Winrich. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause? Mr. Mark Winrich. All right, the next one goes to Mr. Glenn Jordan. A round of applause, please. Let's just welcome Mr. Glenn Jordan. Thank you very much, sir. The next one, let's bring it down. Okay. The next one, ladies and gentlemen. Monserrat Mohammed. Shall we welcome her with a round of applause? Leadership Award. Okay, she stepped out. All right. The next one is for Salamatu Ahmed. Salamatu Ahmed. The Executive Secretary, Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board. She is ably represented, and the members of our team will be coming to pick that up. Thank you very much. The next one goes to Marcella Ioto. Marcella, shall we welcome her with a round of applause? Marcella, is she in the hall? Iyito. Marcella Iyito. Marcella Iyito. Thank you. Mrs. Marcella Iyito. We'll be moving now to Housing Innovation Awards. Housing Innovation Awards. And the first award goes to Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, Rednan. Shall we welcome them, their representative, with a round of applause? I think they are their hall. They are their booth outside. Okay, so just hold on to that, and while somebody goes to inform them so that they will come into the hall. Leave it there. The next will be going for Performance Award. Performance Award. Performance Award. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome Kwaboyo Augustine Oladapo, PhD. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause? Comes forward to pick that award. Thank you very much, sir. Still continuing on performance awards. Enimai Shuaibu. Enimai Shuaibu. And also we have Uche Miriam Joseph. Uche Miriam Joseph. Okay. Next we'll go to Ahmed Ibrahim. M. Ahmed Ibrahim. Shall we welcome him? He's coming. Thank you, sir, for devoting and dedicated your time, energy, and efforts to ensure that things work as they should. Your efforts are duly recognized. Madubike Gladys. Madubike Gladys is next. Madubike Gladys. Okay, she's not here. Ahmed Mohammed. Ahmed Mohammed. Well, they are still on the line of duty performing, so they are outside, unable to make it in at this point in time. Violet Haman Ndahi. Violet Haman. And she's coming forward. Thank you very much for your efforts, Violet. Thank you. We have Bashir Jamiu. Bashir Jamiu. Bashir, okay. I think he's also outside. Inkiru Idoko. Inkiru Idoko. Okay, she got yesterday. All right. Cornelius Essen. Cornelius Essen. All right. Okay. Here he comes. Please welcome him with a round of applause as he comes forward. Rotimi Ote. Rotimi Ote. Rate. Rate. Ate. Come on. This Ate is a pleasure. All right, that will be all for now. Before I call on doctors, Before I call on Dr. Adelabu to make his closing remarks, I would like to inform us of the proceedings. Once we're done, we will all go for lunch. Lunch is available. The VIP section is upstairs, and the normal section is by the foyer area. After that, it's not over. We have a cocktail that follows immediately. So there will be music, and it will be time for where we can connect with one another, we can have conversations, and we can have our drinks and relax with some music. So once we're done, we go for lunch. After lunch, we come back for the cocktail if you are so inclined. Thank you very much. Shall we please welcome the convener of this immensely successful, tremendously useful, and consistent and outstanding Expo and Summit for 7 years running. Please welcome Dr. Sky Adelabu.
It's been a wonderful time having you all here with us. Initially, I said I was excited. I don't know what to say now. I wasn't expecting half of what we have been able to do at the beginning. First and foremost, let's clap for ourselves. And we owe a lot to this, our young man, the MC. It's been wonderful. Can we say thank you the fourth time? You don't even need a moderator when you have him. A round of applause for him once more. Thank you. Honorable Mr. Award. Okay, an award for you. Thank you. Honorable Mr. duly represented here. Mama, once a mama, always a mama. This mama sitting down here was involved in my promotion to level 13 or level 12 in those days. She was in charge of administration in the office of the Accountant General of the Federation at that time. You cannot believe she was still there when I became a director. I became a permanent secretary. She was still breastfeeding me like a baby. But she will not forget to say, sir. I say, ma. She say, no, sir. So thank you, Mama, for coming. We started the fish program together. She was executive secretary in the Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board. I was the chairman of that board. I was the permanent secretary overseeing our office and some other programs. We now said, look, fish. Loans Board has been giving loans to people more towards the public service than to the civil service. Do you know the difference between the civil service and the public service? The civil service are the core civil servants, and our salaries are not just enough to even benefit from those loans. But our friends from immigration, from the army, from the police, they were getting upper hand. So and I said, okay, what can we do? Mama said, okay, let's set up something specifically for the core civil servants. And that's how we started with Federal Integrated Staff Housing Program. And you can see Federal Integrated Staff Housing is FISH. We call it FISH program. And our then head of service, Alhaji Goni Aji, was very, very supportive. So it's all is history now. Everything you see about FISH program, thanks to her, thanks to the head of service. If I go one by one, we will not leave here today. But especially, I think we all owe a great gratitude to our friends from overseas. I must tell you, they attended this on their own budget. Please, let's thank them. When you invite people from overseas, they will want to tell you, please, my bill is $10,000. And my flight ticket must be first class. But thank God, Mark paid his way to this place. Pedro paid his way to this place. And my very good friend, Glenn, paid his way to this place. In fact, Pedro invited some of his assistants from across West Africa. They are already, what we are trying to do with them here in Nigeria is already existing in Ghana. He flew from Portugal to Ghana. He spent some time before coming here. So we should not lose this opportunity. Thank you very much, Pedro. And we can assure you that partnership will come. Other guest speakers from the keynote, our chairman of yesterday was fantastic, Ambassador Ibrahim Agbola Gambari. I met that young man of 80 years old in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was then our honorable minister. And since then, he took me as a friend, not just a brother, as a friend. And whenever I call him, he will honor me with his presence. May God continue to honor him. Thank you. All other speakers, our cooperators, fantastic. The speakers from Kenya, they were there with us. That gentleman from South Africa, well, in fact, we had to get him off the podium because he loves what he was teaching to us. We have David Smith. David Smith is the founder and the CEO of Affordable Housing Institute from the United States of America. I just attended a course on affordable housing essentials about 2 months ago. He was a professor in charge. So we are actually privileged to have David Smith with us. We can actually take ourselves to be graduates of Harvard, to have that man's, the way he spoke to us yesterday. So everybody is so important. I must thank you all for coming, not just for coming, for participating. And not just participating, for the commitment. We didn't close yesterday until about 5 o'clock. And I was surprised to see the number of people that trooped out for the photograph. Same today. We have not even gone on break. Again, we deserve a round of applause. Thank you, thank you very much. I've listened to everybody. I've listened and taken notes, serious notes. And somebody said something here, that the time is now. You don't want to wait for another year to come here and start talking the same thing. What can we do from now on? There's a challenge that has been given to me. I saw it as a direct challenge. I don't know if I still have the energy to do it, but I'll surely bring people around to get it done. That workshop on cooperative housing must come. It cannot come again. It cannot come again this year, but I can assure you, first quarter next year, by the grace of God, we will have it. So, nothing but gratitude. My profound gratitude goes to everybody, our team members. Where are they? Can you call them to come in, to come and take a bow? Let them come here and we can give them our respect. So I'll just call them and come and speak. So we don't come back. Where are you? Where are you? NAHFIS 24 team members, please come. Mr. Fagboyoya. You We must give honor to those who deserve it. Without them, what we are seeing today would not have been possible. So thank you very much. Thank you. Can you take a bow? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Yes. So if there are other questions that has not been answered at this event, I can assure you our lines will be open. Raise your questions. We're going to answer them directly. Number two, if you have registered and if you have left your email address, be sure that you will receive every slide presented here. And if you have not joined any cooperative, please, this is the time to join cooperative. Either CFAN, housing cooperative, multipurpose cooperative is very important. Not just for housing, for everything we do. In those days, we grew up with Esusu. Does anybody here still remember Esusu? The power of Esusu cannot be underestimated. And that's all cooperative is talking about. By the time, just imagine those of us in this room, maybe we are 400, 500, we are contributing 5,000 per month. Multiply, I've forgotten my mental arithmetic now. Can somebody do the calculation for me quickly? 5,000 naira for 500 people. How much is that on a monthly basis? Multiply by 12. 25 million. Just for us in this room, we are contributing 5,000 naira every month. That's 25 naira per month. Times 12, please. Huh? Say it loud. 300 million. Thank you very much. In 1 year, those of us in this room can, how much? $300 million. Can you see what cooperative is about? Do we need money from FHF, from Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board? No, we can do it. So let's say not only we can do it, we will do it. Thank God we have Federal Director of Cooperatives here represented. He has called and challenged me that, Oga, please champion this for us. We need Federation of Cooperative Housing in Nigeria. And where is the people from Nasarawa State? Please clap for them. We need Apex Federation from 6 states across the 6 geographical zone. We have been able to secure 3, but they are the first. It took them 2 weeks to organize themselves. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Like I said, by the time we have that workshop next year, we should be able to come out with the Federation of Cooperative Housing of Nigeria. Like DMC said, we are not going home now. We're going for our lunch and come back with our dancing shoes to have a cocktail party. We're going to dance, buga. Everybody must buga here today. We deserve it. We have done so well. God bless you all. God bless Nigeria. And God bless Cooperative Housing of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Just a slide before we get up, please, just a slight adjustment. We were supposed to take the communique after lunch and have and have it during the dinner, but there's a suggestion that we better take it now before we step out. I hope that is okay. All right, so I'd like to welcome for the communique Dr. Aziz Adebayo of Emerald Consulting for the presentation of the communique, which will be brief, and then we would go for lunch. Thank you very much. Apologies for that.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your patience. I'm not the one making the promise that it will be brief, because all that we have done since yesterday up till now, they are not brief. We want to document them. We want to be able to make references to them. But I would like us to also put our hands together for the convener of this conference, for the burden that I keep on carrying. I hope the media is able to help us to project, but I will start straight away so that I can gain some time. It has been a very formidable 2 days where we have gathered together to provide solutions to issues that are critical to provision of affordable housing. About NAHFIS Expo 2024, the 7th Nigeria Affordable Housing Finance and Innovation Summit, held between 26 to 27 November 2024 at Musa Yar'Adua Center, Abuja. The objective of this year's yearly summit is to bring stakeholders in the housing industry together to continue to find strategic means for rapid, reforming delivery of decent and cost-effective houses in Nigeria. The summit started in 2017 as a private sector initiative powered by Niche Housing, Affordable Housing Limited. The theme for this 7th summit was Disrupting Housing Finance for Inclusive Development. The sub-theme was Digital Transformation for Affordable Housing. The convener's welcome address. The convener, Dr. Said Kayode Yemi Adelakun, while welcoming the special guests and participants to the summit, restated the objective. He said the summit is to provide solutions to the housing needs of low and income earners in Nigeria through innovative ideas for financing and building affordable but decent homes. He said the summit promotes innovative technologies and capacity building among professionals while establishing a platform for collaboration among the stakeholders. The conveners pointed out that the theme for the 7th summit aimed at finding solutions to the scarce, costly, and inaccessible housing finance. The chairman's opening speech and goodwill messages. The chairman of the occasion, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, CFR, commended the tenacity of the convener in sustaining the organization of the summit and called for collaboration in finding lasting solutions to the issue of financing for affordable homes. Various goodwill messages were delivered, encouraging the continuity of the summit and congratulating the convener for the 7th edition of the summit. Goodwill messages, among others, Ambassador Adeyemi Dipeolu, former special advisor to the President for Economic Matters, and Mrs. Yemi Eson, former head of the Civil Service of the Federation, delivered goodwill messages. The goodwill messages called for practical solutions to the challenge of availability of finance for affordable homes and challenge participants to come up with solutions that are contemporary yet applicable to the Nigerian society. Keynote presentations. A keynote presentation was made by Mr. Akim Oguneon, founder, CEO of Esmia Reality Company Limited, on the topic, Disrupting Housing Finance for Inclusive Development. In the presentation, he attempted to answer the questions: how do we raise optimal finance for housing projects? What are the new ways for raising funding? What are the key drivers for raising funding? He stated the 3 major requirements for funding to include the risk, the returns, and the regulation. He said addressing the 3 R's will pave way to deal with the challenges of finance for housing infrastructures in Nigeria. He said if we should start to manufacture houses and not building, and that we need to address the legal and regulatory issues and facilitate a medium to long-term funding. The strong nexus between the real estate and poverty was established, and housing can mitigate and excavate poverty. The point was made of how housing is a social determinant of health and well-being. A framework for the future of real estate was presented, showing the pillars and the enablers. How housing thrives off the back of strong microeconomic fundamentals was demonstrated. Capital market was identified as the pillar of long-term funding mobilization and capital formation for housing, for the reason of guaranteed source of funds at a fixed price and access to a much larger pool of investors. Various innovative financing strategies were identified: direct project-based investments, crowdfunding, debt funding, joint ventures, and REITs. The advantages of non-interest finance through Sukuk were stated. The second keynote presentation was made by Dr. Roland Igbinoba, founder, Prison Housing Company, and President PropTech Nigeria, on the topic, leveraging digital transformation for affordable housing. He identified digital transformation as a fundamental change in the way an organization operates, driven by the adoption of digital technologies. It defines business models and creates new value propositions. He identified the emerging areas in real estate as follows: sustainability and green building, technology integration, alternative capital, which he mentioned were crowdfunding, digital asset, and tokenization, co-living and co-working spaces, and remote working influence. The advantages of digital technology in the industry were identified as follows: digital tools help to streamline process and enable efficiency and can expand access to information financing. He initiated how crowdfunding could help solve the challenge of funding. The presentation demonstrated how the Nigerian real estate sector is undergoing a massive and significant transformation and rapid technological advancement, and how this disruption is changing, revolutionizing how properties are bought, sold, and managed. He identified other areas that technology could provide advantages in the value chain as follows: big data for housing programs, digitization housing application process, blockchain for secure land registry and transaction. The presentation listed how AI and machine learning could be used for property valuation, predictive analytics to forecast market trends, and AI platform could provide personalized property recommendation. The list of various PropTech companies currently operating in Nigeria and the advantages they offer were presented. Other resolutions. The summit again identified the urgent need for the review of the Land Use Act and our review of the regulations related to the Act to allow for seamless governance consent transactions. The need for the state governor to focus on using land for housing development rather than an avenue to generate revenue was emphasized. It was made known that the money market is unsuitable to finance housing, and capital market provide a more viable option for funding by securing pension fund investment in asset classes. Need to pay attention to green funding, non-interest financing, i.e. Sukuk, and use of REITs was emphasized. The need to define and to redesign houses to be tailored towards affordability was stated. The type of houses will be speaking to affordability: simple, practical, functional houses to be designed. Need to address the excess of luxury houses and bridge the gap that exists with affordable homes through enabling housing planning through the cooperative was stated. It was stated that the supply side of affordable housing through innovation and technology is imperative, and that it's possible to achieve affordable housing. It is impossible to achieve affordable housing without innovation that is incremental, radical, and transformative. They need to use innovation and digital tools to eliminate carbon emission in building while using the tools that Build Africa offers was emphasized. The place of insurance in provision of affordable housing was stated on the side of securing funding and the risk management of projects and housing value chain. Sustenance of advocacy and engagement, as well as continuous review of government intervention and budgets was emphasized. A call was made for creation of Bureau of Real Estate Developer with data that could be used to determine technical competency and experience of professionals in the industry. The need to streamline access to funds, reduce red tape, and ensure a more efficient flow of resources to sustainable, affordable housing projects was emphasized. Some innovative solutions to finance innovative housing was identified as follows: ties financing model, idle land taxes, tax breaks for developers, blended finance vehicles, innovative tax schemes, among others. Smith David of Affordable Housing Institute told the summit, affordable housing is where the job sleeps at night. Advocacy was made for one man, one housing policy, and local manufacturers of building materials were encouraged to increase in the quality and quantity of delivery. It was agreed there's need to push for more of local production of building materials. Emerging developments and opportunities in the mortgage industry were presented, and participants were encouraged to take advantage of the opportunities. Innovation requirements to build smart cities while adopting technology for development of properties were discussed. For instance, the IBT innovative technology of Molad, where one house could be built in a day, was recommended to developers. On how to leverage cooperatives for sustainable finance in Africa, the following were identified. Institutions should define appropriate product that matches members' needs, preferences, and capacities. Develop additional skills to guarantee proper underwriting and best practices for their informal clients. Adopt best practices and tested MIS system for informal sector lending. Cooperatives should seek technical assistance at both strategy and operational level. Product designs should match both the institution and the members' need investors. Investors should be made to understand the product intrigues so that the terms meet the end user capabilities. The need to equip the institution with the knowledge of housing development and finance for informal sector that matches the end user housing needs was also stated. A call was made for cooperative summit to address the peculiar needs of affordable housing for the cooperative members' needs. It was agreed that the political philosophy behind housing should be that right to housing should be a social right, and the conference should push for strong action for radical steps towards affordable housing in Nigeria. The global PPP models that demonstrate reduced costs by up to 35% through innovative financing and long-term risk sharing was recommended. It is clear that this collaboration holds immense potential to drive sustainable development, foster innovation, bridge critical gaps in infrastructure and services. Various awards were presented to stakeholders in the industry, including individuals, companies, and developers that have contributed to the advancement of financing and building of affordable houses. It is very important to underscore the global attention that this year's summit has attracted, with so many international speakers and professionals attending physically and making presentations online. Closing and adjournment. The action plans and communique to be submitted to relevant government ministries and agencies for consideration and review for implementation. Lobbying groups across the industry stakeholders to be formed to advance the ideas and view from the summit to push for implementation. Hunger for affordable housing should be generated from the demand and calling for success stories to be widely shared, while stakeholders to identify areas of focus. In the next 1 year, we desire to present a scorecard of walking the talk at the next conference. So we are throwing the challenges back to ourselves, that irrespective of where you play, we want to hear testimonies next year of what you have done to what you have heard in this conference. So the summit was concluded with stakeholders interactive session, what we are having now, and strategic action plan has been presented. And then the summit communique was summarized by Dr. Adebayo Assis, and the summit adjourned till November next year, 2025. Thank you. God bless.
Please, a round of applause. It's not easy to put all of this together in such a fashion. Thank you, Dr. Aziz. Thank you very much. This is excellently done. So, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be stepping out for lunch. Like we said, the VIP section is upstairs, and the ushers will take us at the foyer to the other part of it. After that, we will come back in here for the cocktail session and other things that will happen. So please, we're not over. At least the talk and all the work is over. Please come back for networking, for conversations, and to enjoy yourself. Thank you very much. Until we see you same time next year, probably same venue. Have a lovely time. See you later.